Hi there. It's stream 186. Late start today because of unexpected things with the dog and someone's lunch, which was left out and was all over the floor. Also, I had some bugs that I saw in the server as I was starting up this morning, and it, I think, is in the production server and hasn't been triggered yet, so I'm kind of lucky. And I'm going to fix that first thing today before I get to the scheduled plan, which is to add the concept of zones and make characters persistent. So the bug that I found this morning was this line here was missing. And it's one of these while loops where we're iterating through a store. And you can see that if this ends up being true, this continue, it's just going to infinite loop, which was what's happening. I forgot to have increment the iterator for this case. So fortunately, this has never been true in production, and it's become true in the test environment. So I need to go and add that line and push it into production before my servers get into infinite loops. Hey there, develop it. How are you doing? So I'm going to make a unit test for that first. Hey there, Nui. Sorry for the late start. I'm like 20 to 22 minutes late today because of circumstances. My weekend was pretty good. I tried to relax by playing Slime Rancher and Satisfactory and not work so hard. And I think that helped because I was feeling almost burned out last week, but better now. Hey there, Kankamatics. So let's add a unit test for catching this infinite loop, shall we? I don't think it should be too hard. I'll just take the destroy entity test, duplicate it, and destroy non-existent entity. Oh, really, it's destroy entity missing component. Or without component which other entities have. That's actually the case. So I'll create two entities. Entity 1 and entity 2, and I'll make the component of the second entity a bar or baz. This doesn't match this value. And the value here doesn't really matter. Tickets. Activate chat. Yeah, I haven't opened that up yet. I wanted to fix this background this infinite loop bug first. Hold on, let me boot it up. Secrets. Get to my secrets. Private key. Oh, you guys are all off in the water now. Nice. Who's that up there? We are free. You can now chat. Tickets, huh? See, bug and feature. Mention something that's connected to this in the stream. Bad password after a password. Oh, yeah. Yes. Wrong username? Okay. That's a good one. Let's give 1 point to Kankamatics. Yeah. For ticket number 197. All right. Thank you very much, Kankamatics. That's 0? What do you mean 0? It's gotten so warm in the last few days? Well, it's been raining where I am. Oh, destroy entity with component. Yeah. That's not the longest name of a test I've made. Okay, yeah. So the bug is going to be this, where it destroys entity 1, and it will loop through the baz components and not find one for foo, and it'll get into an infinite loop. So it should actually never even get to here. It should just completely get stuck. What do I expect, though? I expect that it will have what's the format for the store again? Yeah, like this. The BAS component will have entity 2 still in it. But it's not going to get that far. Does the map look a little weird on stream only for you? Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing, or are you seeing something different? You might have to refresh if your browser has cached the client front-end code. Because they don't have the client auto-update stuff yet. It's different for you as well, really? I wonder if it's cached or not. Or are you talking about the overlap issue here? Oh wait, what's going on there? How come there's no foreground tile there? What's going on there? Did it lose a tile? Let me refresh. Oh, that's interesting. One tile was untracked. Wonder how that happened. Vexel, welcome. Darker on my side. Sent it on Discord. Okay, let me check. It's just that it's darker. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I don't know why the colors would be darker. It's the same PNG image. That's a mystery. I'm thinking. Trying to think of what it is. Oh, do you have... You shouldn't be seeing those over the overlay with the entity numbers anymore, unless you're running an old client. God, this bottle in my way. Encoder compression thing? Weird. Oh, I see a problem. I think any character who moves... Yeah, okay, so I have a bug in my end about which entities are where. I think when they move, I don't update my list of entities on the client end. I removed the overlay from normal players because it's really intended for the admin, and I had it turned on for everyone, but it really shouldn't be turned on for everyone. But let me get back to this. I want to fix this bug first. And getting my X windows ready to build on Linux. Okay. Yeah, this should get into an infinite loop right now. Which it is. Uncomment this line should fix it. Yeah, well, it's a developer's prerogative. Which bug we want to fix first, right? It's one of the cool things about being a programmer. Yeah, when you get lots of bugs, you get to choose which one you want to fix first. I really don't know what to do about if this shows up in darker colors for you guys, because as far as I know, its phaser is loading a PNG image. It's lossless compression. I don't know why it would show up darker colors. Oh, cacti. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right. You said it was a bug. And it should be undocumented feature. Exactly. And I'm not worried about it. It's just I'm intrigued by it. What browser are you guys using? Maybe it's a browser's thing. I try, let's try Firefox. Log in. Firefox, okay, maybe it's a Firefox thing. Who knows? Just getting my password out of my password manager. Alright, now does that look any different than that? It looks identical to me. Yeah, I definitely have a bug in my entity over pop-up thing. Yeah, I don't know. If I can reproduce it, I'll look into it more, I guess. Yeah, but it's lossless images. There shouldn't be any encoder artifacts. Weird. All right, anyway. This all passed all my tests. It checked that in, and I'm gonna do a quick push to production for that fix. Not that one. That's some work in progress I'm doing. This one. This line. Along with this test. Fix infinite loop bug, or undocumented feature. Backend. I need a shorter word, like undoc or something. Undf. Undocumented feature. So this is in destroy entity. If an entity lacks a component that other components have, the components of type iterator needs to be incremented before the continue. Otherwise, an infinite loop will happen. Okay. Undocumented feet. Undocumented feet, yeah. I wonder if I just want to take this and make a branch off of back 180, because I had some other features I'd put in over the weekend. Oh, this is another problem that affects the unit tests. I was using global variables, and that's a bad idea for unit tests because it ends up reconstructing everything multiple times, like once for each test. And so the global variables are never reset. It's causing some weird crashes. Maybe I'll just take the tip and mark it back 181. Push and push tags, and then we'll need a next window. Should have started that while I was typing that git commit, because it takes about a minute. Oh, I guess I can look into this front end thing while I'm waiting for that X window. Oh, there it is. It already popped up. Project. SSH add. Get pull. Another thing I want to do soon is have an avatar representing the me as an admin in the game, and be able to move around like other players do. Right now, I cannot do that. I'm going to need to do that soon because I'm going to remove these invisible walls and make the world larger than the viewport. And I can't paint outside this bound right now. I guess while I'm waiting on this, I'm not waiting anymore. I can show off the background painting a little bit. So I have this now so that if I want to, I can add... What do I want to add here? Let's add some bushes up here. Look at that. It just appears for everybody. Or I can take them away. I'm a ruthless admin. Take away the bushes. I can add water under Vexel. Now Vexel's drowning. Ah! And then I can mercifully add back the land if I want. So that's all working. I want to be special. I'm special. I should say that with an evil cackle. Okay, build, release. I'm not? Uh-oh. I have a Linux-specific bug. I haven't run into this one in a while. Wonder what it is. It's very insistent. Oh, I think I might know why. Wow, it's... So GCC doesn't like me using an initializer list there. What is it saying, actually? Less. No match for operator index where a initializer list is used. No known conversion for argument 1. Well, I guess I'll start up VS Code on Linux here and try to fix it. Components CPP 64. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Okay. Wonder why not. How do you go forward again? Control Shift minus. Let's do Control Alt minus. Control Alt minus, Control Shift minus. I had to get that down. Okay, so position index is a map of positions to entity list. So it's position that doesn't have an initializer list constructor. Oh, right. I was going to write one, and then someone said, "Oh, well, it's by default. It works, but it doesn't look like it works for GCC." Hey there, play poker badly. So I'm going to go ahead and add it because obviously GCC wants it. So this is a position with a standard initializer list of ints. And I forget how to do that, so I'm going to look it up. JSON include value initializer list. And do I need to include any header? I think it's utility that I need. But let me check. I'm going to use devdocs. Standard initializer list. Let's define a header initializer list. Okay. I wonder why. I guess one of these, it must include it. There. Go to the top. No, wrong file. Now let's do the right thing. Initializer list. And then, okay. So there's no reference or anything, it's just args. Components. So up near where I have operator, here we go. Position. All right, now, again, with the cheating, I want to see how it's used. Okay, it's begin and then add. Okay, so yeah, I started writing this on Friday or Thursday or whatever and figured I didn't need it on Windows, but apparently I need it on Linux. It was something like, I did something like auto arg equals args begin. If arg is not equal to args end, then x equals, dereference the arg, right? And then we'll add 1. And then we'll continue the trend with y. And then we'll try to build again. Actually, this doesn't build in the same folder, does it? Okay, so this is the same thing with the other type. I need an initializer list for the entity with depth. This one. Actually, I have these backwards, don't I? They're defined entity with no, position is first, but here I have the bodies second, so let me flip those around. Entity with depth. Okay, so here, which one do I want to make first? It's I want to match the declaration order, so it's entity and then depth. Right. Okay, so build now. Build it. Okay, what now? Oh, no default constructor. Yeah, that'll happen. We need to have a default constructor. And I think I can default it in the declaration. And the same thing here. Make GCC happy. And let me run all the unit tests here in Linux land. Linux land tests. Actually, I'm curious if they run faster here than in Windows. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's about the same amount of time. So on Windows, it's like 50 seconds to run all the game server tests. Oh, actually, that did finish quicker. 14 seconds instead of 50 seconds. That's almost 3 times faster, right? No, it's more than 3 times faster. Hey there, Bugfound. How are you doing? Bugfound, I've been finding bugs, and I just learned that GCC wants me to make an initializer list constructor for a plain structure. Even though Windows doesn't need it, I guess Windows, the Microsoft compiler says, oh, I can initialize a structure given an initializer list without it being declared in GCC. It wants me to do it. So, can you request a name change for bug found, undocumented feature found? Oh, I think that name might be too long for Twitch. How about we say bug is shorthand for undocumented feature? I'm going to go with this then, which means I will check that in. I'm not going to bother documenting those. Oh, this changed because of the order being changed. Okay. So fix build issues on Linux. So apparently GCC doesn't want to provide default constructor from initializer list for structs. Add them for the components ample position and components. Is that the name of the type actually? No, it's just components. Components position and components entity with depth structs. So I already made the tag. Am I okay overwriting the tag? I think I am. Latest VS Code Insider can work directly on a Linux box over SSH. Huh. Interesting. I don't really mind my X windows too much. Okay, we're done with X windows now. Goodbye X windows, or VS Code on X windows. Back 181. Push tags force. And now we'll try to make that build again. Oh, why did I do the pipe to less? Didn't need to do that. It should build though. Let's do it again without the less. No work to do. Okay, cool. Secrets. lpack prod. And then Python 3 tools. Deploy Primus 181. All right. And maybe I'll leave that X window around just in case I need to do it again. I actually think what I'm going to try to do is a live shift over here. So 181 is there. The way I'm going to do is I'm going to add 3 new servers and then remove the old first three servers. I just need to look at the config file to get the port numbers. Okay. So if I do an add, actually let's do a snapshot first. We'll add a 4. Is this a bad idea? I'm going to end up adding 4 new servers. It'll have 4 new directories. I mean 3 new servers with 3 new directories. Walking on water. Yep, there's no colliders yet in the game, so you can walk on water. Enjoy it while it lasts. Okay, here goes nothing. And then 5. Uh-oh. It's not starting correctly. That's what happens when it can't start correctly. It goes through all the versions and... I wonder why it crashes. Let's see. Connection reset. It just died. It crashed. I don't know why. Huh. Okay. Well, that was a failure. I can't just remove it. So we're gonna take down the cluster. Sorry, we'll fix it in a second. I'm just going to drop servers 4 and 5 and just manually update the versions on the first 3. It went and marked all my versions bad, which I need to go fix now. Okay, fix that. Okay, let's try to boot it up again. Will this work? Actually, I might have to go back in time. I mean, not literally, but in the game, by wiping out the old game journal. Because otherwise it's gonna try to start a server. Yeah, we'll wipe all the game journals out. All right, now starting up the game again. Uh-oh. A whole bunch of mismatches on append entries. Why would that happen? Okay, I gotta wipe out. I think the game version, the game databases aren't matching right now. So remove 1 game journal, and then 2 and 3. Copy game snapshot to 2, copy game snapshot to 3. Try this one more time. So they'll start with the same snapshot now. Okay. So I need to, the configuration is going to be messed up because there are two servers out of rotation, so people might have trouble logging in for a second. I need to basically download this configuration and then re-upload it. Show and Finder. Then drag it back. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, why did it say start reconfiguration? Committed. Hold on. That didn't work like I thought it would. Ooh. No, that's not right at all. How did that happen? No, I need to abort. The configuration file got weird, corrupted somehow. Oh, I think I know why. All right. Well, how am I going to fix this then? Sorry, I'm restoring the game again. Back to where it was a moment ago. But before I start it running again, I have to get the config file. I have to copy the config file to my local machine and then re-upload it. And then I have to get it over, and then, okay, I know what to do, I think. So start it up again. People can log in again, and then Let me fetch it. Might as well fetch it this way. SFTP. Actually, let me use this window for that. SFTP. EC2 login PM. EC2 user at servers on the arena.com. Get config JSON. All right. I don't need to be in these directories anymore. Cat win never. Good try with that. Yeah, hey there, Shake Soda. We have a game map now. Yep. Actually, I need to be in that secrets. Oh no, I had that secrets folder up. Never mind. So I have that. That is there. The file I just downloaded, right? So if I take that file and drop it here, what does it do? Cool. So it put it. So now when I reload, those old server references should be gone. All right. Cool. So I don't know why I added server 4 and that worked. I added server 5 and it kept crashing. I don't know why. It bothers me. I don't have a smooth deployment procedure yet. It just doesn't work. All right. Anyway, the bug that I had there should be fixed. In the bug in the infinite loop bug, which I really wanted to get out of the way today before I did any other work. That's out of the way now. So I'm gonna go back to the plan, which is to introduce the concept of zones, so that primarily so that when a player logs out, I can remember what zone they are in and move them to the logged out zone. So rather than destroying characters when you log out and then recreating them when you log in, you'll just be moved. You'll be teleported in essence to a special zone that maybe I should just use 0. The zone 0 will be your logged out, and then you won't appear in the game, but it'll remember your position. Get pull abort. What happens if you swim up and down the coast while missing no? What does this mean? Missing no appears. I don't know. Oh, are you saying the right hand of your name is off the edge of the screen? Oh, okay. Is that like an unknown? The unknown. The unknown Pokemon? Oh, should I bother fixing this? There's a bug right now where if I see, it doesn't show the correct entity ID. I can't see where Nui is because that's broken. I'm not gonna care about that right now. I'll stick to my plan. All right, so each zone represents a distinct area of the game. Additional field for the position component. Let's work on that first. I had a key names, right? I think this is where I want to edit first. I want to introduce a new key for a position. Position, here we go. Zone. We'll use Z or Z, as we Americans say. I really had to get pull abort? Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, that's because I had unstashed changes, so let's stash them. I thought you were talking about this right here. There we go. Fixed. Develop it saw that and I didn't, so point for develop it. Okay. Zone. Actually, it would be convenient to just to search for all the depths and add zone nearby, right? We'll get to this one. I think what I want to have is a different position index for every zone. Same thing, all these position index related things. Yeah. Deal with those later. Aha. Okay, so right now the rendering system shows you tiles everywhere. I'm thinking of a backwards compatible way to introduce zones is if the zone key is missing entirely, then draw it. If there is a zone at all, then don't draw it. If the zone key is missing or if it's 0, then we won't draw it. That's what we'll do. So that means I'll want to skip positions that have a zone key and the zone is not 0. I want 0 to mean that you're offline, so it shouldn't draw it. But if it's missing, I wanted to draw it because right now there's no zone tag on any position. But I do want it to draw. Right? Otherwise the background will disappear. Everything right now in the game world is not tagged with any zone number at all. And I want when you're logged out to disappear, so if zone 0 is what I want to be, the logged out zone, then I don't want the game world to also be logged out. If that makes sense. So no z show z equals 0, logged out, don't show. Z not equal to 0, show. That's what I want. This is for backwards compatibility. And this is going forwards. So the ones where we don't show are that it does have a z and it's 0. So show is either it doesn't have a z or it's not 0. So it's specifically if there is a zone and it's 0, we want to skip it at this point here. Well, let's just get the zone number. Actually, no, I don't need it for anything, do I? I don't need it for anything, so I can just say if it has one. The position zone and int. Why can't I type very well? Maybe I need a new keyboard. I need something like what Chris has with the split ergonomic at an angle. Then I wouldn't be making so many mistakes, maybe. So this is a continue. All right. Now, I don't know where I am. I'm probably here? Yes. So if we get down to here, we're going to draw it. Just by, yeah, I actually have one of those in my attic. It's pretty old. I used to use that all the time. But it's not mechanical. It doesn't have the nice clickety-clickety sounds. It is amazing. I do admit that. What I want is something like the Microsoft ergonomic keyboard, but have it mechanical. Create background tile. Actually, this is going away, so maybe I'll just leave that alone. Which one is this? This is on player login. So I think what I'll do is I'll introduce the zone at this point. So here. And I'll just make the zone 1. Actually, no, I can't do that. I want to have the zone be an entity ID. So yeah, I'll leave this alone. I need to introduce a panel to create a zone. That's what I need to do. I need to do that first. What about voice enable config? You could speak and spell? You speak it, you code it? I can just imagine all the mistakes it would make. I'm gonna leave that alone. This is a unit test. Actually, you know what? We could leave all the unit tests alone. Yeah, we can leave. I can just make a new test to make sure that the rendering system does what I expect. Maybe that's what I'll do. Where's the renderings? Here we go. Rendering system login. Yeah, so let me modify the rendering system login. I'll make a second character called Ninja, who is logged out. Ninja. Just because I feel like writing the word ninja. And then Ninja will be in the 0 realm, which means that they are logged out. So I want the test to be that they do not appear. So let me go back to the code I had written here. Not this file. This one. And comment this new code out for a moment, because I want to see the test fail at first. We'll put the ninja next to Pepe. About to assassinate Pepe, but logged out. So we should be fine. The old code would show the ninja. The new code should not. So this should initially fail. Then I uncomment that new code out, or in. Is it uncomment in, comment out? Is that how it goes? Yeah. Right, so right now, the ninja shows up. Where exactly? Oh. There's Pepe. Oh, the ninja was also named Pepe. We need to call it, evil ninja. Or all ninjas evil, and that's somewhat redundant. I don't know. Oh, there's the evil ninja. So, uncomment that in. Should fix the test. And then that will allow me to introduce zones. And then, I need to make, when you log off, instead of destroying the character, it needs to just transport you to the logged out zone, or zone 0. I didn't fix it. It didn't work. Okay, why didn't it work? Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing here? If it's equal to 0. There we go. Hey there, John Mega. Got specialization to work for type and value template parameters, well, at least for structs. Cool. Where is the overlay? This overlay? Is that what you mean? Like, have that, like, show up here? I don't have that ready yet. Oh, Chris's overlay. Is that what you guys are talking about? Okay, develop it. See you on Wednesday. You should have a lot more. Hopefully on Wednesday you'll be able to move around in a larger area in the game. And not walk on water. So actually it'll be a problem. If you log off now, you're on water. Yeah, so when you come back on Wednesday, you might not be able to move. And I might need to transport you out of the water. We'll see. Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. The Inception dance. How do I show this? I have to unmute it, and I have to put this in a tab you guys can hear it, because you guys can't hear it if I unmute this, right? No. So I gotta take that clip out and put it into here would do, right?
supposed to dance.
It's the Mr.
Oh my
Balrog
gosh.
dance.
No, I don't know. I don't know how to participate to this
I don't know what's
level.
going on here.
He doesn't know what's going on here either.
Why are we?
I don't know how to participate to this level, but I'm watching.
That's
Is this
cool.
the thing that's happening?
I hope I did it right, Mr. Balrog. Hey there, Reset in Peace. Have a good stream, Lilia. I hope I have a good stream. Thank you. And develop it. We'll have to rescue you from the water when you come back. So, Mr. Balrog, I hope I did the Inception thing correctly. You let me know if I didn't. The way I understood it is I'm supposed to watch that clip and then dance along to it, and then you pass that along in your chain, right? All right. Let's pass the test now. Not passing the test. Evil Ninja's still getting in there somehow. Why is that? Let me put a breakpoint here and see. Yeah, put a breakpoint there, and we'll run the debugger. Oops. Why did it not go in there at all then? Oh, this is the wrong. This is not the login event. This is the update event. Okay, yeah, I messed up. Actually, so this needs to be in two places, really. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna take out this code that I had. This is code to use the position index. I'm not ready to use that. I'm gonna put back the old code. And I'm gonna put that code there. That should fix it. Well, there you go. So, Mr. Balrog, did we do it correctly? Now someone else has to dance along to that clip? Is that how it works? And then you're going to string them all together? Awesome. Yeah, I felt bad that I hadn't done it correctly. My life has just been so busy, I didn't have really time to research the Mr. Balrog dance correctly. Okay, cool. So... Alright. So it'll render correctly. It won't show people that are logged out. So I guess the next step would be to actually log them out, which would be to not destroy their entity when they log up, but instead transport them to zone 0. There are a few other things I need to do as well, right? Store the character's entity ID in the player record. Create them when their account is created, not just when they log in, and destroy them only on player destruction. Okay, so that means the executor, I had a note here that the executor would do this. When the executor creates a player, they'll also create an entity and store the entity ID in that record. That means that changes the behavior we'll expect for the executor when it creates a player. So I can go to an existing test here. Player creation success, right? And modify this test to expect an entity to be created and that entity's ID to be in the player record. Oh, you have a bot for that? That's cool. So how many streamers on Twitch is your goal? Like as many as possible? It's a pretty funny, amusing thing. I like it. Many as possible. There you go. It's a noble goal. Right. So we're going to expect an entity to be created. In fact, it'll be entity 1. So I can actually do two things. I can expect 1 for players Alice get. Can we just get Alice? So const auto Alice equals that. And that returns a copy, right? So this would just be auto. Then Alice email. So Alice dot character entity. That doesn't exist yet, but we'll make it exist. And then we'll expect 2 for, if we go to the components and then ask it okay, I don't have it in here, but I would like to get the next entity ID. Hey, what do we have? There's like a get all, right? Get all, get components of type, get any component of type. Yeah, let's add a helper function, get next entity ID. I can add that one first. We can make a test for it too. Actually, I can just build it into create entity. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, and then we'll make that something we can ask the components class, which I've been meaning to rename to ECS. Size, no, int. And this is another one of those testing purposes only things. So return the identifier that will be assigned to the next entity created. Then that is returned. All right. Actually, why do I say constant? I have no idea. It's a basic type. It doesn't need to be marked const. And then this will simply return impl next entity ID, and then that will build, and then this won't build because we haven't added that yet. So I can just click on a related field here and put it here, right? Yes. So I'm going to obsolete the tile because that will be actually stored in the entity component system. And I have no idea why I'd used a size t there. It should just be an int. Character entity. So 0 will mean there is no entity created. So that will be how we get backwards compatibility. This is the entity identifier. This is the identifier of the player's character entity. If 0, there is no character entity for the player. Okay, and did I want to have a test? Because it needs to be serialized, right? So that's the responsibility of players, so let's put that in. And then I'll also test the backwards compatibility here. So yeah, let's add it here. What do we want to call it? Entity? I guess I can use the full name. Character entity. I wonder why that doesn't show up in blue there. Everything else does. Yeah, that's right. We want to assign just random numbers here and make sure that they come out the other end. I can fix this too. I can say const auto player equals players get, or restored player. And then there's no reason for me to be breaking this up into multiple lines. You aim for dev streamers at the moment. Yeah, I don't think your command's gonna work here. I think you meant to do that in your channel. Unless, do you want me to make a command for Balrog? I could do that. If so, what do you want the command to say? Just let me know if you do. Oh, you had your bot join. Uh-oh. It threw an exception. Clone. Yes, we should test clone. Thing is, this won't have anything by default. Let's put this stuff in here just to make sure it works. I can do that, can't I? Yes. Yeah, that refactoring, gotta be careful. You have unit test, don't you, Mr. Balrog? What happened here? Why is this a 1? Player 2... Oh, player 1 tile is 8. I think I just got lazy and decided, oh, I'll just put in numbers. Oh no, this is on purpose. Player 2 is going to be the backwards compatible player. The default tile is 1, so I'm going to do the same thing for the character entity. And then player 1 will be a non-default character entity, which I need to assign up here. 42. That's deserialize. I kind of want to test serialize too. Yes, so... Oh, I forgot to mute my phone. There we go. You have unit tests in your language spec, but that's not implemented yet. Oh, Jamega. No unit test for a Twitch bot? I have unit tests for mine. Well, not for the integrated bot, but for the library that the bot uses, yeah. Doesn't complain compile time. I think I'm going to do the same thing. Well, hold on. Does it matter? Let's try the default and then have player 2 have a non-default. And then so player 1 will be a default. Character entity. Actually, I can just do this. Yeah. Actually, don't know why I have a 1 there. Because there's the 1. Do I really care? I don't think I do. I'm just gonna put that to tile. Same thing down here. 2 tile. Alrighty. So players now have character entities and the defaults to 0. So on every login then, we'll have to grandfather them in. That's another test, right? Here's test. Oh, something broke. Deserialize broke. Oh, because I haven't written the code yet. That makes sense. I wrote the test, but I didn't write the code. Layers. Serialize. Actually, why did serialize work then? It didn't. Okay, none of it worked. Cool. That's character entity. I completely misspelled it there. Then the deserialize, same thing here. It's the grandfathering in. So if it has a character entity, then deserialize it. Otherwise, it's grandfathered in as a 0. Get, and then I need to do clone at some point. Where are you, clone? Oh, clone's the entire record. So clone should, yeah, clone already worked. That makes sense. Uh-oh. Is that a broken test? Hold on. 644. Oh yeah, I can't expect that. That was my test. That the default is 0. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It was player 2 was supposed to have the default. Did I put it on the wrong player? I didn't put it on either player. I messed it up. I just missed it. Character entity. Cool. It was a broken test. Still doesn't show up in the right color, but I don't care too much. Is that a kitty cat that I'm hearing in the distance? The cat meowing to come back in? I think I need to go bring him in. I'll be right back with Kitty. Gatito lindo. It's my kitty, Casper. I like to show him on stream whenever he interrupts my stream to get let back into the house. All right. So we're persisting the character entity. So actually my notes will help me get reoriented here. Doing that. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. That, or did I do that? Hold on. Did I just not run that? I just didn't run it. Okay, yeah. Right, okay, so I didn't write the code for that. I was writing that. Oh, I got sidetracked because it needed to exist in the player record. Now that it exists, we want the executor to actually set it on player creation. Got it. Okay, so player creation is register or create on create player. Here we go. So the name is not taken, the email address not in use. We'll add a player. Actually, before we add the player, let's add the character entity. Can I change that record? I really shouldn't. Actually, it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter. So I can say command record character entity. Let me think about this. Really, I shouldn't modify that, but what would be the side effect of modifying it? It's shared with a journal. Really, I shouldn't be modifying it, so it should be auto record equals that record dot character entity equals game state dot components create entity. Then add the record, not the command record, and that we don't need to wrap that. We pass back the ID so that the coordinator, if it wanted to, could pull it back out, and then it could get the character entity from it. So that should be enough. Okay, cool. So that's creation. Now destruction. I need to destroy the entity when the player is destroyed. So which test is that? Destroy player either by self or by admin, right? Okay, this will actually create the entity now. So we can see that the entity no longer exists at this point. So expect actually, the only side effect of destroying an entity is if the entity had a component, the component shouldn't exist anymore. So I should probably go to the ECS and create a component at this point. So const auto character equals players get 1, because it's always going to be 1. Actually, it's going to the character entity is going to be 1 too. So I can just go straight to the components and say create or set. Is it set entity component of type? I think so, but let me make sure. That would have been where? Cat's yelling at me. I obviously displeased him. Oh, right. It was something that the executor did. Create entity. It is called create component of type. What's the difference between create and set? Oh, right. Set implies it used to be there, and then it changes it. And set will do nothing if it couldn't find it. Yes. So this, yeah, it's create. Type. It doesn't really matter what I type, what type I pick. So I'm going to pick foo. Entity 1, value, bar. I just need to make sure that that component doesn't exist anymore. So expect equal to an empty JSON value when I ask the components to get entity component of type foo1. Right, so that test should fail right now because it's not destroying the entity on character destruction. we get back bar instead of invalid JSON value. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's destroy player, on destroy player. Here we go. So we remove the player, we tell the metrics we've destroyed an account, and then add the extra line here. So components, destroy entity. And let's say it's 0. It's always safe to destroy entity 0 because such an entity doesn't exist. So I don't have to have any conditional logic here. I can just simply say player dot character entity. All right. Cool. That's create, that's destroy. Oh, login if none exists. Let's do that one too. Login, login, login. I guess it's also executor. So on login. Hold on. There's actually 3 ways we could log in, isn't there? So I should do all 3. Change password. Not that one. Set password. Set password reset token. Here we go. This implies a login. So let's set it up where they don't. Okay, yeah. This won't do the correct thing, will it? It'll actually create. I don't want the character to be created. But I suppose that post creation we could clear the character entity as if it never happened. So I can say players. Actually, I need to take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. I actually want to make a new test that instead of relying on that creating the character as a side effect, I want to make it creates a character if it doesn't exist. Thanks, Nui. It's good to be back. Okay, set password reset token creates character entity if it did not if there was one. There was none. Another one of my long test names. Okay, so I think what I want to do is instead of actually going through the mechanics of having the executor create the account, we'll just start with it created. So that would be before we mobilize, we go to players and say add. Might as well get the player ID at this point. Record or player? I need to have a player record. Realm server player record. And then copy over this stuff. And yeah, by not setting it, it should have the default character entity of 0. Let's make it explicit. So explicitly, no character entity exists for that player. Then we log in by resetting their password. Oh, this is not the right test. This is getting the token in the first place. Oh, that's a lot of clips. That's the bot? Okay, as long as it doesn't spam too often, I'm okay with that, Mr. Balrog. Uh-oh, Adam's t-shirt on Amazon is a 404? Did you tell Adam? Quick, someone tell Adam. Let me take this off screen for a bit, because I don't remember if I was logged in to it before. I was not logged in, so we're safe. Bot land. Shirt? No, I don't mean Boyland. Did it get pulled? Anyone happen to know the link? I'd have to log in and look at my old orders to see it. I'm not going to do that now. Someone tell Adam, please. Try searching in Google. That's a good idea. Botland shirt. There we go. That's Redbubble. Is it? Uh-oh. He's already aware. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, it's a bummer that it's 404. It's good that he knows. 2 shirts, 8 shoes. Yeah, this is the wrong setup here. Okay, what test did I want? Oh, this is what I want. Reset password correct token. Okay, so I'm just gonna take all this out and paste it where that other test is. There. Okay. So this is reset password creates character entity if there was none. Why did I go through all this elaborate setting up? I could just put it in there. Just the token in there. So player auth, or is it just dot? Password reset token equals whatever I want. Actually, that's it right there. Feels forgetful man. Veracode. I'm loving Veracode. According to Twitch APIs, you should be able to make your bot assume an untaken name without explicitly creating an account for it and take an API key for that. No, I don't think so. That's what I tried to do when I made my bot, and then I learned they're not very clear in their documentation, but I learned that you actually have to have a Twitch account for the bot, and then the proper way, my understanding is, you log in using the bot account, and then allow the bot app to use the bot account by getting a token bound with the bot's app ID to the bot's account. But they're not very clear anywhere in documentation. They don't say that explicitly anywhere. None of their examples show that. They kind of assume that, oh yeah, people will know that they need to create a Twitch account for the bot. I didn't think so, but yeah, it's true. Took me a long time to realize I don't play music. Yeah, I was inspired to not have music by folks like Adam who explain it very well, and they say that if I were to play music, a large part of the audience probably wouldn't like the kind of music I'd play. It would just be annoying. And if you wanted to hear music on my stream, you could just play your own music in the background. So that's what I'm going with. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think this will work. So the player exists already with a password reset token, and then we're going to not do this command. We're going to do a set password, exactly, a set password command. So this. Alice, reset password, set. These are all required. These are not strictly required, but I'm going to do it anyway. And I need to have a journal entry variable. Here it is. That needs to go there. And the side effect, the only side effect I care is that that there should be an entity created now. And I'll go find where I did that. No, I haven't done it yet. So never mind. So we're going to get Alice, get the character entity out and make sure that it exists now. So const auto Alice equals get Alice. And expect equal 1 for Alice character entity. Because there was no other entity, so we should get it out. And then we can expect 2 for when we ask the components, what's the next entity ID? There we go. Ever want to add music without getting muted? Oh, Pretzel Rocks? Yeah, there's another thing that I had gotten from someone else, which was, it was a list that Twitch gave out of Spotify playlists that are suitable for streaming, and they're all not copyright claimed. But I just didn't want to do it for two reasons. The one I already mentioned, and also I still think I get copyright struck, or at least whatever it is on YouTube when someone just says, I'll take all your ad revenue because I think you're playing my music. I just didn't want to have to deal with that. Or that might be good for other people to know, so I'll collect that information. Thank you, Gelmega. Is it fine though? Like, I've gotten copyright claimed on my videos even when I have no music at all. That's happened to me, and it was stupid. I appealed it, and they said, no, you're using our song. And I'm like, I'm not playing any music at all. So I'm pretty sure I was talking to a robot and not a real person. So I ended up just going through YouTube. There's an option to have YouTube strip the song out. So I did that even though there was no song. And I listened to the section that it so-called stripped out the music of, and it just looked like it applied some kind of low-pass filter. So it warbled my voice for a little bit, and that was it. So I'm like, if I have to deal with this stuff now, if I start playing music on my stream, it's going to even get worse. And I don't want my audio muted, so just avoid it. Well, yeah, he's got better luck. He or she's got better luck because I got copyright claimed even with no music at all. I guess I just have that musical kind of voice. And I guess I sound like a song somewhere. I should be flattered. My voice is so musical, I got copyright claimed for it. All right. Yes, it's supposed to not work because I haven't written the code for it yet. On set password. Why do I have two sections here? Oh, if they're already logged in, they won't have needed a reset token. So this is the login case. So here's the case I wanted to do, right? If I guess I need to get their record first. I already have their record. If player dot character entity. Actually, this means I need two cases, right? I need two cases here. How about a case where there was one? Does not create character entity if there was one. So here I'll actually put something in there. This should come back with that same number, and then the entity component system should tell me that number. There we go. Now we have both cases. So if it's 0, then we're doing this additional step, right? We are how am I gonna set the character entity in the player's object itself? I don't have a method for that. I guess we're doing it through a change profile. Stop playing 4 foot 33 inch so much. Is that like a song where it's all silence? That's what I'm guessing. I remember something like that. What music am I partial to? These days, I really like electric swing, and I really find metal music amusing. But I don't know metal music. Don't know any bands, so usually it's when I'm listening to someone else's stream and they are playing metal music. I'm like, that's kind of fun. But yeah, electric swings for me. Okay, player can yeah, so need to get the entity out. Const auto character. Game state components create entity. I've never really been that much into music though. I find metal amusing because it's silly how angry they are, but musically angry, if that makes any sense. And like how distorted the vocals are, for some reason it just strikes my funny bone. Right now I'm just creating the entity. We'll have to create components at some point if they don't exist. But maybe I'll let the login system do that. I just need the character entity reserved at this point. Is that right? I think so. Because it needs to be both created and then stored back into the right, exactly. I'm just convincing myself this is the correct place to do it, by the way. I think I do need to do a change profile though. Or I could add another method. Change profile is probably good enough, right? ID is player ID. And then we can just have a JSON value of character entity. Character. Which means I should have a test for that. Players tests we go. Change. Change tile. Put it next to change tile. Change character entity. So we'll expect 0 at first. And then have it change to 3. There we go. Hey there, Clayman. You usually listen to video game music? Sometimes video game music is... Video game music, I listen to a few things from that, but a lot of the time it gets too repetitive. I know my wife hates it. She's like, "Why? How can you listen to that repetitive music over and over again?" Some tracks I really like, though. I'll play them over and over again. Okay, implement this first. Players. Change profile. So we're adding it to the list of things you can change now. Character entity. I don't want people. I don't want normal players to be able to change these things, though. Do I have a check for that? I wonder if I forgot to put that check for things like is masked. Where would I look for that? Probably in profile here. In change profile check. Right, so I don't let you change the is masked flag. So let's add to that. Oh, we don't want them to change that either. Alright, I forgot I had that in there. RuneScape has the best video game music? Yeah, oops. I'm letting people reset the time they can send email. So I better fix that. Do I have a test already for that? I hope I do. No, look, doesn't look like I do. Oh, wait a minute. The executor looks like the executor has a check too. That would be on change profile. Oh, it's just I forbid using someone else's username or using someone else's email. Okay. So yeah, I think that's right. I want it to not even get to the check. Don't want it to get through the check. Well, shoot. Here's what I was looking for. Yeah, I should have some tests like this. Let's add them at the bottom. Players cannot change forbidden fields. Let's put this into some kind of loop. Progressive metal, is there such thing? Huh. Yeah, I want to put this into a loop. So I want to say like static const standard string for forbidden fields vector of strings. Yeah, why didn't I check this before? Seriously, I let them change. I let them unban. I let them ban themselves. Okay, we don't want them to ban themselves. They won't be able to unban themselves because they can't log in. But yeah, stuff like this they shouldn't be allowed to do. We do want them to change their tile. Okay, just testing. All right. Let's limit the testing, okay? So that's your bot is responding to that? Hmm. As long as your bot doesn't respond to other things, Mr. Balrog. And I'd rather well, how do I feel about that? As long as your bot doesn't respond to any other commands. If it does, I might have to, I don't know, limit it somehow. You understand? Yeah. Can we have it time out? Like not do it again? Yeah, so it's the borderline something I kind of want to be able to moderate, if that's okay. Like if you want to, I can put that into my bot and just have it so that you can only do it once an hour or something. And then if you want it to be updated with new clips, I can put it in myself. Hey, there's Ferris. I'm okay. I'll tell you what I'm working on today. So I have background painting done. I can demonstrate that here. So I can, let's say I wanted to add some, I don't know, some bushes over here. I can click on the bush here, and there we go. We've got bushes there. So I worked on that a little over the weekend and basically finishing up what I was doing Friday. So I got that working. Today I'm working on the concept of different zones. So like this starting area here would be one zone in the game, and another zone would be like if you have a town or something or a dungeon. And then I have a special zone for when you're logged out, so that your character doesn't stay visible in the world while you're logged out. And I'm working on that right now. That characters would be persistent, and when you log out, they vanish by the fact that they get teleported to a special logged out zone. Yeah, there's a map. Yay! After I get zones in there, I was going to remove the invisible walls here and let you move into a wider area. And to do that, I would have your character will always appear in the center, and then as you move, the world would shift around you. And then I'd either have actual walls, so I'd have to implement colliders, or I would just have the map wrap around. I might do the wrap around first, because that's maybe easier. And then do colliders after that at some point. So we got incremental progress. Right now, I am adding in this character entity to a player's record, and I wanted to make sure that players can't change it on themselves. So there's a list of fields in a player record you're forbidden to change unless you're an admin, and I didn't have this test in there, so I'm adding the test right now. So for const auto forbidden field in forbidden fields, we'll repeat this. I guess we'll just call this the act. And just I just say act assert. That they try to change the forbidden field to something. YOLO. They should get back change profile result change not permitted. Okay, and then after this, I should reset the message receiver so that we can do await again. Okay, that'll work. I bet this test fails right now because they're simply not forbidden. I should, when any of these fails, I should print out what the forbidden field was, though. That's a little trick we can put on to the Google test assertions. Yeah, I think for a command that spams like that, it should have a timeout where like people can't just keep doing the command and spam it. It should be like either it's like ignored or a much shorter response saying you can't run that command for a while. That should show up. Alright, so it failed. Yeah, so apparently you can ban yourself. I guess I never tested that before. You can ban yourself, so don't try it. But yeah, if you were to hack the change profile message, you could get yourself banned. That would be quite amusing. So let's not allow that. Where would be the right place to not allow it? Probably in the profile. And I forgot to pin it. Change profile checks. So we should just have a list of things we're not permitted to change. Yeah, so we'll just have a loop here. In fact, I'm just going to copy from the tests this stuff here. If the message has the forbidden field in it, then nope, nope, nope. There we go. Not that way. I mean in my game. You'd have to hack the client to do it, though. And what would be the point? Get yourself banned? Okay, it's not working yet. So what did I do wrong? They are logged in as a normal user, so what's going on here? Debug that. Why did it hit that? I have no idea. Okay. Wait a minute. What does message changes have in it then? Changes. Object. Forbidden field. Oops. The test is wrong. How amusing. It's forbidden field, not the string forbidden field. Can you upload your pixel art soon? Not automatically, but if you send it to me in Discord or something, I can certainly put it in the game. So what I do is I push it to S3 and then I hit add, and then I put the name of the ping file, and then that puts the tile set in the game. And then there's one thing I need to do, which I haven't finished yet, is right now you can only pick tiles from the preset avatar's ping. I need to allow it to like. What I'll probably do is have a list in the game of which tile sets can be picked from for avatars, and then when I have that, then yeah, you'll be able to pick whatever art you give me that I upload into the game. Right now, the tiles are 32 by 32. By the way, if I were to hit that, bad things would happen. So I've been thinking of having like a "Are you sure?" dialogue. Hey there, Absolute Virtue. Oh no, Playman, is your monitor okay? I just try to say it as an acronym, ping. I like ping. Okay, I want to verify that this isn't forbidden some other way. So let me comment that out. This should fail now, right? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad that your monitor is okay. Yeah, and is the floor okay? Exactly. Oh, and hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? I didn't see you there. Run all the profile tests. All right, all tests green. Okay, so back to executor tests, I guess. Cool. So Reset password doesn't create an entity if there was one. Creates one if there was none. So I need to do the same thing for normal login. So I need to find where that is. Login correct token here. Let's do token or password. Token might be simpler. Yeah, let's do it here. So login does not create a character entity if there was one. Creates one if there was none. So I don't need to set this password reset token. Instead, I set the login token. It doesn't need, I don't even need a hash here. It's just, okay. It's just that. Watching at 160p. All right, you're internet deprived. I'm surprised that you said in Steampunk's chat that you wouldn't be on Twitch, but you'd be in Discord. So it's actually I should have realized that. This is like a heroic effort to watch Twitch. I'm impressed. I'm very flattered that you would risk 160p just to watch me. Oh, the technology stack, C++, React, and Redux. It's a bit complex, yeah. I'm really used to the C++ side of things, so I would say 90% of the game is in the back-end servers, which is C++. The front end, it's easier to show the mix of technology here in the front end because this is all drawn in Phaser, and this is React and Redux. And that's so that I can have the game run in the browser. I learned the Phaser React Redux this year. The C++ I've known for a really long time, and I'm much more comfortable in that. If I wasn't so comfortable in C++, I'd probably have the same language for the front end and the back end, and so I'd probably pick JavaScript. Yeah, okay. See, I'm copying this. This is what I'm going to copy. Why did I have two acts? I don't know. Let's fix that. All right. So technically, we want to start things out the same way, right? Only have this one not have a character entity. So that will be a character entity of 0. And then when we get Alice, we should have a character entity that is not new. And this one, a new one. Oh, I see a problem already. This variable is needed right here and right here. Hold on. You used to see who on Adam C. Eunice's chat? Which is the steampunk dev which streams you can't find the guy? You mean steampunk programmer? And I think he's not in Adam C. Eunice's chat a lot because he's streaming himself around the same time, right? Yeah, I expected this to fail. I have not written the code for that yet. Whoops. Of course, it's not going to create one if there was one because it's easy to test that something doesn't happen if you didn't write any code. Of course it won't happen. So I think what I'm going to do to make it easy for myself is I'm going to go to the on set password, take the code that I added here and just make a copy of it in on login. Right, so if we get to this point, we're going to create the character if it didn't exist. Here we do have access to the player, so if the player doesn't have a character entity, we would create one, and add it. Then log in. That'll work. Goes to hop off around the time Adam gets on. Yeah, I thought he streams a lot, Steampunk. And so I guess in my mind it was like he was probably streaming at the same time as Adam C. Eunice. Run the test again. They're all green now. Okay. So that means I'm done with all of this down to here. So next would be retire the tile. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There's part that I didn't do. We created the entity, but we didn't create the components needed. So that's something I think the one of the systems should do. Which system? It doesn't really matter which one. Maybe we'll just make a special system for this new character system. Create characters components if they don't exist. Yeah. That way, as I add more components later on, this will grandfather them in. Yeah, I like that. So we'll make a new system called new character system. So components tests. Here we go. Making a test for a new system. New character system. Create, I guess what, tile? Create tile if does not exist. Create character tile if there is none. All right. I should say steampunk programmer. Then when I say steampunk devil, it's not steampunk programmer, right? Instead of saying steampunk. We're gonna think, yeah, exactly, you're gonna think we're talking about you. So, I guess we need we need 3 components, right? So we want to create the new character. Actually, there was an avatar component, right? I don't think I need that anymore. I think we'll obsolete it. New character system, create character position if there is none, and then the third one was input. So we're going to create a character to begin with. And it'll be through the login event that this happens. So invoke the login system. And invoke the new character. Login, player, does it matter? Actually, yeah, I need to have that in the record. So players. Oh, hold on. This won't exactly work, will it? Unless that player is the entity number. Okay, I don't think it was. What was that player used for before? Oh, to populate, was that used to populate the AV field? Oh no, it was to send the player a message. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna have to augment this. So that player is the player number. Hold on. I don't remember what it was. Is it the player ID or was it the client ID? I think it was obsoleted. Right, because now I'm using server client. I'm using it in some old tests, but in the real code, I don't think I'm actually using it. Yeah, it's, that's the admin subscription. Right, that's when a player logs in, unsuccessful client login. Yeah, so I'm not actually in the real game. I'm not passing player key. I'm only passing server and client key. So I guess I'm changing that. Let's call it character. So the new character system will care about the character key of the login event. Not sure what to do for your compiler, so you're changing your integer literals a bit. Instead of being able to type 42 unsigned long, it should be 42 unsigned 64. Oh yeah, I actually approve of that. I think calling things long and short is a relic of the past. Might as well either use explicit sizes or have like min 8, max 64, something like that, like thresholds, like what they do in standard int.h now. If you look at that, I can look at that. Don't I still have a window for that in my dev docs? See how they have least? I guess they don't have most, but where the width is at least. So if you don't want to have it strictly all exactly 8 bits, but you would need at least 8 bits, so you could use these types. These seem to be more modern to me than the words short and long. So it makes sense, Omega, that you'd either make it exact sizes or have like minimum sizes for your types. Because yeah, the words short and long led to a lot of problems where it was ambiguous, like exactly how many bits is short and long, right? Okay, so this, I want to assert that it should create a tile component, right? So expect equal to some JSON object. When we go to the components and we get the component of type tile, oh, it's get entity component of type tile entity. So what do we expect for a tile? I think I'm going to copy from where it's currently being created, which is, I think it's in the coordinator. Where is it exactly? It's like on player login. Yeah, this stuff. Right. So I'm going to move this to the systems where it sort of belongs, I think. So here's the exact code I want. Oh, that's going to be a problem. The systems need to know the name of the player. I guess we'll put that into the login. Yeah. So we'll put it here, name. Name Pepe. So Pepe should come out as the name. And all of these need realm server : in front. And then the tile? Guess I need to include that here, right? And let's be forward looking and have both the tile and the tile set. 56. 2. 56. All right. 4 bits aboard. That would be truly impressive if your language supported 4-bit types. Okay, Mr. Balrog, that's good. Yeah, add a long timeout for things that could be spammed like that. All right. That's one aspect. Position. Actually, you know what I could do? If it doesn't exist, we can just have it default and I don't have to pass this junk. Yeah, why am I passing that? We won't even have that information, so that shouldn't even be in there. Let's set what we want for the defaults. ID 1, tile set. Let's make it the backwards compatible tile set avatars. Isn't that what this does? Oh, this doesn't even set it. Okay. I guess that makes sense. There would be a default. Right, defaulted. Okay. Yeah, because I'm obsoleting player tile anyway. Okay, cool. I like that. So where do we want people to be to start out with at when they are first created? This is the position component. 0, 0, 1, I think. We'll just keep that the way it is. And then finally, the input system. In. Okay, there's my tests. Okay. Let's make the new system. So, rendering system. Okay, so what order do I want? Probably need it to go first. New character. Okay. New character. And if it's not a login, it's going to get ignored. So here I'm going to put the code that I would have put, that I used to have here, I think. It's got to do a feedback to create those components. Actually, you know what that reminds me? Because these systems can't immediately make changes to the characters themselves, the components themselves, it doesn't really matter the order in which I do these. So I might as well keep them in alphabetical order. Like that. And then move this alphabetically after the movement system. Okay. And then I'm going to cheat and take some code here that does a feedback type ECS. Where is that? Not a message. I guess the movement system would be better. Something that does an ECS feedback. One of these. This is exactly what I want. And only if that character doesn't actually, it's going to be broken up into 3 parts, right? So oh, I had each feedback as one action. All right, so we're doing it in 3 steps, right? This thing. So get the position. Actually, I need the entity number. That's in the test, right? As character. If event has character. Actually, if it doesn't, then we'll just ignore it. So if the type of the event... Actually, I can abbreviate this, can't I? I can just cast it to int, and then if there wasn't one, it'll be 0. So if it's not a login, or the character is 0, then return. Now I have a character entity. I can try to get the position. If it's invalid, we're going to create it. And I just had another thought that when we have the ECS feedback create a component, and then let's say the system runs again before that gets created, we could end up accidentally creating two components on the same entity. I should probably have the second one do nothing when we execute it. Probably going to have native 128-bit types in the future. Or, yeah, not native, but built in exactly. Bit fields. Okay, so there you go. You have a 4-bit. You sort of have a 4-bit type. Character. So this is not a modified component. More than it's Oh, I don't even have it in here. Okay, well, time to add it, I guess. Create component. Component type position. Why do I have this long key in here? I don't remember why. Let's look at my key names.http. Oh, because sometimes the key is different. All right. There is no delta. It's just a component. And this will need to have what the test requires. So if we're doing input first, it's this. Yep. Let's make this key. Oh, this is position, not input. Oops. All right, input. Input. I guess we'll do position next. Well, actually, let's do it in the same order I did it in the tests. Tile, position, input. Okay, so tile. Now what's the tile got in it? It's got these things. So name comes from event name. And then ID. Right, it's just the default. Okay. Second one is position. Position is 001. With no zone, which means it is the backwards. Yeah, because we don't know if zones exist. So it'll be in the default. So there'll be a concept of a default zone everyone spawns in for now. I guess we'll call that the starting area. The starting area has no zone identity. Yep, makes sense to me. So a numbered zone you'd have to actually be in to see it. And you'd never see it on start. All right. This is all I need to do. Okay, this calls the feedback delegate. These tests aren't exactly right because they check to see if it's been done. I should be checking the feedback for that. Feedbacks. Yeah, this stuff is what I want. Something simpler though, like this. Erg. Has it been 2.5 hours already? It's been 2 hours and 15 minutes actually. How far am I in my plan? About halfway. I'm doing okay today. Alright, so instead of it being created, it'll be that there's a request to make it. So that will be let me copy from somewhere else. Yes, let's just copy this. So the feedback will be create component. This one was a tile. Entity is entity. And it's just component, and it has what we expect here. There. And this is all deleted. And delete this. Okay, so that's up to date. Do the same down here. So this one is a position, and it has these fields in it. And then the input. Oh, don't delete. Move. And then delete. And this is input. Run it. Uh-oh. Thanks for the follow. Otikins? Okay, I obviously got something wrong because it didn't create anything correctly. What did I do wrong here? Oh, it created all three. Okay. That's right. So, yeah, I know what I did wrong. I have to, for all these, if I wanted to make sure it only creates the ones that are missing, I should have these tests start with the ones that already exist. So, components dot create component of type. So if this is position, then we have to add the tile. It doesn't actually matter what I put in the tile, so it can be completely empty. And the input. This one is creating the input, so we should have the tile and the position. And then the third one is creating the tiles, so it should have position and input. Actually, why did I do that? I can just make that all in one line. I don't know why I did that. I was going to type in some stuff there or something. Actually, I don't even need that empty object. So I can just put like null pointer. It doesn't actually matter to that system. There we go. All green lights. That system creates them if they don't exist. So this create component, I actually need the executor to handle that. So where's the test for modify? We'll put it near that one. ECS. There we go. Go to that and then make a new test underneath it. Yeah, right here. Test F. Executor. Tests create component. So there are two cases. Create component when it did not exist, and then one for when it did exist. When it did exist. Hey, a bad idea. How are you doing? Looks interesting. You want me to explain what I'm doing? I'm working on a new game. You can read about it there, or you can actually log in and try it there. So I already have some viewers who have scripted my game. All you can do in the game right now is pick an avatar and move around in it, and there's some in-game chat. And recently I added painting the background. As an administrator, I can go in here and create land where there didn't exist any, or swallow up the land. I did that very recently, And the thing I'm working on today is making these characters persistent between logins. So right now, if you log in, you'll always show up in the center here. And then when you log out, you disappear. And when you log in again, you're back in the center again. So I'm fixing that by making character entities persistent across logins. And then after I get that, I had introduced the concept of different zones in the game. So right now, this is the default zone. You can imagine that if you were to step on a ladder or fall down a pit or something, you would transition from one zone of the game to another. So the map would change, in other words. I'm working on that today. Was there something wrong with chat last night? Oh, the chat doesn't show up when I'm not administrating the game because it's not moderated right now. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so if you want to, if you're wondering like what kind of game this is, it's inspired by a really old set of games that I grew up with, which was the Ultima series. So you might see some similarity here. Those old games were all 2D tile based in the same way. Your character went to move south and then west and hit enter, you would transition to another zone, which is this was the town of Britain, I think. And I always wanted to make my own version of that kind of game, so that's what I'm aiming for right now. So it's very retro. The difference for me is that these old games were single player and I'm making it a multiplayer experience. So I spent the last 5 or 6 months setting up back-end servers, server client, communication, redundant servers, and a whole bunch of other infrastructure to host the game in the first place. And now this month I finally started making the game stuff. Do you have a link to those notes? Yeah. In general, the notes is the top level of that. But you can get, it's all in OneNote, in one notebook. So in any of these pages, you can get back to what the daily plans are for every stream, or the notes I make for random parts of the game. And the overview has my code journey stuff, what is the game, and then what is my stream overall. So yeah. You're making an RPG game based on games from your childhood? Oh, awesome. That's exactly what I'm doing. I've been trying to make this for years, and streaming it on Twitch has really motivated me to actually get it done. All right, so right now, what I'm working on, it's like I'm working with a microscope so that you won't know the heck I'm doing unless I first give you that introduction that shows you that, yeah, I'm making a game kind of like this, and here are the overall objectives. And then I say, well, I'm narrowly focused right now on setting up a new feature where one component of my game will create the character's component if it doesn't exist. Hey there, Mantis. Oh, that today command didn't get updated. That was yesterday's today command. I should go update that. Now, let me go do that. I guess I forgot to do that last night. My apologies. I will update that right now. Okay, what am I working on today? I'm working on implementing zones and persistent characters. Update. Alright, so now it should be up to date. Let's try it again. Yeah, exactly. That was the yesterday command. So you can always go through my notebook to see what I did on previous days. So last week, we added customizing the avatar in the in-game chat system, the world background, which took 3 days. And yeah, today it's zones and persistent characters. So like a week ago, there was no background, there was no chat, and everyone looked like this axe guy that is walking around at the top. So last week we added customization, we added the background tiles, and we added the chat. Oh, we have a new player, 18140. So we'll unmask that player. Ah, there's a double click there. Oh, okay, I see what happened. You changed your name right as I... Okay. You must have changed it twice. Yeah, I see. You misspelled your name or something. Back, and we'll close and lock that one. And which one is this? Define evil, okay. And red car, okay. So they logged out, so let me go find them again and unmask them. There we go. Fixed. 2 days ago. Yeah, what did I do 2 days ago? I don't even know what OmniNote is. Should I get a heart attack from that? I just use OneNote because I've been using it for years. Oh yeah, why do you start out as player 140? That's in case you pick a bad word for a name. It lets me as an administrator or a moderator go in and see if the name wasn't acceptable. I would put in a note here saying that name is not acceptable, please pick another. And then once you do, then I say okay, then it's fine, and I unmask. So that's just to prevent bad words from showing up on screen. OmniNote. Do I want to look at that? Yeah, username approval, exactly. That's what we have. So I need to have the same kind of thing on chat. Either some kind of auto mod or active moderation tools. So until I do, this chat doesn't work unless I'm monitoring it. And if anyone does something bad in chat right now, I'll probably just ban them. Because there's not much in the game yet, so you don't lose anything by being banned other than you'll annoy me, and please don't do that. Look at the tickets, okay? We have a new ticket. Help, I don't know what to eat. Help. Well, that's easy. Tacos. All right. Create component when it did not exist. So let's take this test case and duplicate it, changing it slightly. So if you're wondering what executor is, that's also in my notes. There is a system architecture and realm system, right? So this one. So within the overall architecture, the front end web browser client is what you see here. That communicates with one or more servers that are running in a cluster. And that actually is the C++ end of things, the back end. And within every one of those is this set of components. And the executor sits there in the middle. The executor is the component that's changing the entity component system, which feeds back to the coordinator, which is the message passing class. So if I'm working on coordinator, it's usually message passing or handling. If it's coordinator, it's actually changing things in the game. In this case, the change is if we if we want to create a component. So yeah, let's, if it did not exist, I'll remove this one and say create the component foo with bar in it, and I should get back this exactly. So when it does exist is slightly different. So copy this again. Actually, I only need the front end of it to there, and then the second half of it is this part. All right, so if it did exist and we asked it to be created, what would it do? It should not add the second component. So let's make that a bar 86 or something, just so it's different, so that I can see that the original one, 42, is still in there. I guess I can make that 85. It's different from 42. So these tests right now will fail. Actually, this one will probably pass because it this should be do not create component when it exists. Oops. Do not create a component when it exists. Yes, nerdiness. That's nerdiness, good connotation, I hope. The one thing about my stream is that I do everything that I can from scratch. So if you looked at my log, all the way back in day one, I started with basically only what I came into Twitch with, and that was some really low-level stuff. So I did my own web server, my own handling of Unicode, JSON parsing, and so I've been building this up over time, and that's why 186 streams later, we're finally actually making a game. So there aren't many streams that do this. One that I do know about is Handmade Hero, and I think some people have mentioned others like this, but most streams you'll go into that are doing dev, they're working with a lot of established libraries or a game engine or etc. Mine's sort of different in that most everything I do is from scratch. And that's because I like to do it that way. All right, so this one doesn't pass because we don't implement that code yet. The do not create will work though, because it's easy to not do things. That's just to make sure that we don't accidentally do it. Okay, so the other thing I'm doing right now that might not make sense at first is I'm using test-driven development. So I recorded a video on how I set that up with Google Test and CMake and all that stuff. So essentially I write the test first for a feature before the feature exists, so I expect the test to fail. I usually look and see that the outcome is what I expect to have when I haven't written the feature yet. So in this case, it didn't do anything because I didn't write the feature to do that. So I see that the test is correct as much as I can make it correct, and then I go fill in the feature, run the test again until it passes. So that's here. I want to create component action. So I'll model it after create entity. Create a component for an existing entity. And this is a create component. So the test will tell me the type, the entity, and then what fields to put in the component. I'm going to model it after the modify because it's much the same. Instead of changing an existing component, we're adding a new one. So get the key, get the entity from the action, get the type. So this is going to be slightly different key. And it always has a component. We can expect that. Right, so instead of this conditional, it'll be if the entity exists. So that we can do this way. And if the component exists, component, we ask the components, get entity component of type entity. If its type is JSON value type invalid, then it doesn't exist. So let me turn this around. If it isn't invalid, we'll just do nothing. Otherwise, we are doing a create component of type. It's exactly what I want. So we are done and done. Yeah, Handmade Hero, the whole thing about Handmade Hero is he is making a game from scratch and showing how it's done, but he's many years beyond me in that he's been doing it on, his stream has been going for many years already, and mine's only like 6 months old. The format of his stream is a bit different. He interacts with chat at the beginning and I think at the end, but not in the middle. In the middle, he's just focused on his work, and chat is sort of independent from his stream. Whereas I try to integrate the channel with what I'm doing, and I'll stop and chat. Like if you have any questions and you want to make sure that I answer it, you can tag me in chat and I'll try to stop my work and answer it. Okay, have a good rest of your day, Sferis. Sferis is another dev streamer here on Twitch. She's making a game in Unity. Check out her stream and her game. Casey is the name of the Handmade Hero? Okay. Cool. Wowee, look who's here. Wowee, Ramey's here. If you don't know, Ramey's the one who made this artwork. The cacti emojis. So we can thank Ramey for that. Alright, so that code is done. Let me run the test. So cool, test is passing. Let's run all the tests in the executor tests. All still passing, let me just run everything. And then while I'm running everything, this is probably a good time to check things into Git. Before I get too far into things. He made a joke Git thing that has millions of command line arguments. Oh, yeah, he's got a interesting sense of humor. I really enjoyed his rant about, in response to people talking about Rust being a cool language. He invented a language in his head and he called it zinc oxide, and he went into a rant about how much better zinc oxide was than Rust. So it's sort of a satire on anyone who kind of just gives vague absolutist arguments about how some language is just the best just because, and he's just making fun of that. It was I liked it. It was funny. All right. This was multiple different changes. I should have done these in separate check-ins, so let's try to do that now. So this is adding the character entity to the player record. That goes with that and the corresponding tests. Oh, yeah, I guess we're folding those in. Yep. Because that has a change to the change profile here, right? Yeah, that. Oh no, that's serialization. Where's the change profile? Here it is. Okay, so players, add character entity to player record. Actually, let's just say that. That means player record is changed too. Where was that? Is that here? Yes. Okay. Anything else that goes along with that? Not that one. Not that. No. Not that. Nope. Okay, none of those. Okay. What's next? This was a convenience function. We'll add this. That's components, right? So that and its corresponding source code here. Here. Add those lines. So components. Add get next entity ID. Helper used in testing. Zinc oxide has theft release instead of borrow check. Yeah, stuff like that. It was hilarious. Okay, this was an important fix. That we don't let the user change some fields of their own profile. So that goes with that. So profile, don't allow players to change for restricted fields. I'm going to put all these together, I think. Let's see. No, some of these are separate. So here's the zone concept. Let's check in the create component stuff first. Things that are related to creating components. This is even separate. What's this one? Oh, that was a bug fix from earlier. Yeah, I'll check that in a second. So again, what were we doing? Creating components. So that had to do with the executor then. This section here. Add lines. Add line. And that's the create and destroy on player login. Create on player login if they don't exist. Destroy when the account is destroyed. Create when the player is created. So that's separate. That was the zone stuff. New character system. Yeah, not the new character system. Not that. This right here. These go together. Okay, so this is executor. Add create component ECS action support. Okay. This was a specific typo. Fix typo in work in progress code currently commented out. Okay, let's see. What's next? This is zone related stuff. I guess I can, no, let's add the new character system first. That's one part of the new, here's the next part. That's not related to new characters. That is also not. That is not. That is that, but this is. New character system. So, add new character game system. This system creates missing character components whenever the corresponding player logs in. Actually, we're not done yet because this expects certain things. This expects the character entity is passed to the login event, and I'm not doing that yet. Also the name. So I'm not ready to check that one in yet. Let me just hit close there and we'll add the missing pieces. Alert, Raimu is out of kombucha. Alert. Guess I still have water. So, yeah, what triggers the login event? It was this one, unsuccessful client login. So, this is in the auth system. Actually, it's in multiple places, right? No, it's just in the auth system. Login to follower request leader to invoke ECS login as side effect. Is that the only place I tested that? Okay, well this is a perfect thing to modify because in addition to server and client, I also want to know the character entity. So this I need an test, I need an entity. So, am I gonna fix this? Should I always create an entity? That might screw up other tests though. I will just do it here by doing it this way. Const auto character equals components create entity. And then I need to go to the players and modify, change profile, test user ID, JSON object, character entity, character. Because that's what the coordinator is going to look up to fill in this key. So that'll allow that to work. And then I also needed the name, right? name, and the player is masked, so it should just be player 1. Alright, so this will fail. In more than one way, the test doesn't build. Why not? Because I didn't terminate this correctly. Should put a comma there anyway. Alright, this will fail, probably. Hopefully. Yeah, so it expected the character entity number and the name to be in the message, and it's not. Let's fix that. That's back in that auth file, which I did not pin. So I lost my place. Go find it again. Here it is. Right, so here we go. Character. And this will be pulled from the player. Where's the player's information? Huh. Well, we're not fetching it. We'll have to fetch it. Const auto player equals impl profile players get player ID. So we'll do that dot character entity and then name. There was a helper for this, and I always forget the name of it. Where would it pop up? It would pop up in let's bookmark this position. The on player login, I think, needs this. Yeah, here it is. Get name considering mask. That's what it is. Profiles. That's impl profile. Get name considering mask, and then we give it the player record, and we're done. So back on these tests, run. Cool. All right. There's that bug again. That scroll bar issue. If you scroll around, it fixes it. Okay, I guess I'm ready to check in that as long as all of the tests pass. So it's that plus the necessary changes to the coordinator here, which goes along with this test here. Well, no, not that one. Where is it? Is that it? Oh, no, that was it. So add to the login event the character's name and entity. Yes. As long as I passed all my tests, which I did. Okay, now this next set of check-ins, I guess we'll do the zone stuff next. So zone key was added. The rendering system skips position components that aren't in the default zone for now. So if there is a zone key and it's 0, it means they're logged out. So that goes in. And then why did I have it in 2 places? I forget. Oh, right. The initial login, and then if any tile is added or moved. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's different. That's correct. So pulling in this one. This is the ninja that shouldn't show up because they're in a different zone. They are in zone 0. Okay, and these are all the create the player character to match the character. Okay, so I think I separated these two commits correctly. This will be introduce the zone key, zone concept. So this is in rendering system. Do not display tiles for entities that aren't in the default zone, or that are in zone 0 logged out. And then the other one is add zone field to position components. Oh, where are the changes to set the zone to 0 on logout? I forgot that. That should go into this right here, right? Move character entity to zone 0 logged out on logout. Move character entity to default zone on login. I haven't done this yet, so I'm not going to check it in. What's git GUI? Oh, what am I doing on it? I am preparing a git commit. So git GUI is just an old school way of forming a git commit message. And oftentimes I'll make changes for like 2 or 3 features and then forget, oh, I didn't check in the first feature into Git. So I'll use git GUI to stage the changes I want and form a commit without staging all the files. Yeah, it's standard on most platforms. I think it's missing from the Mac build or Mac installation of Git, but it's there for Linux and Windows, I think. Or on Linux, you might need to add it separately. It's like a plugin to Git, but it's really old school. Okay, I need to have move to zone 0 on logout. So actually, this will pull in the right now it's destroying the entity on logout, right? So that's on player logout. I believe we're destroying the entity. We don't want to do that. Yeah, destroy. So we don't want to do that. Instead, yeah, and we're also looping through. We don't need that because we should have the entity ID. So let me change the test first. Do I not have a test for this? Really? I don't have a test for this? Where would the test be? Probably. Where am I? Probably here. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. It would be an ECS. Yeah, I probably do have a test for it. Yeah, here we go. Character destroyed on logout. So that's not what we want anymore. This we want. Character destroyed and destroyed player. That's still true. But this setup is wrong. Instead, we actually want to simulate the real thing, which will be to create the entity, and I need to well, I guess we can do that. This is sort of an odd way of doing it. I'm trying to obsolete that AV thing. It's not needed anymore. I guess we'll make it the position. It really doesn't matter what's in here, so it can be an empty thing. Just has to be something. Just have an empty component for the position. It's just that this has to go back into the player record, so I got to do players, change profile, test user 1, test user ID, JSON object, character entity. That's the correct setup for a player that has an entity, and then we do a destroy player, and we should make sure that there's an ECS entry of destroy entity, and that should match this entity. Correct. Okay, that test is updated. This one is not destroyed on logout, so instead it's character moved to zone to logout zone. Logged out zone on logout. That's what I want. If you install it via brew, you get it too? I didn't know that. I'm not very good at installing things on my Mac. Brew is one of those things that Apple doesn't support, right? So, yeah. Haven't spent much time learning that stuff. Checking your repo, just surprised that you started your language 8 months ago. Well, first months we're making the first deprecated version. Yeah, sometimes I think back, how long have I been doing this on Twitch? And I'm like, wow, almost a year? Doesn't seem that long. I need the same setup I had before, right? So adding the entity that goes with the character, and actually I need a real position in here. So this will actually be a real JSON object of some sort. Actually, the only thing I care about is the zone, right? And it could be empty. It just needs to be an object. Oh no, that's not true. I want to record what zone it was in, because when they log in again, I want to return them to the zone they are in. So I will need to know what zone they're in. Realm server, key, position zone. And it doesn't have to be a real entity, it just needs to be some number. Then we log them out. Log out. And what do I expect? This to be a modify component. Let me bookmark this. Modify component. Yeah, something like this. In notes position, the entity number matches, and it's a delta, and the delta will be that the zone changes to 0. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, how do I say I want to remove a key? I'm inclined to make null remove a key, actually. So first of all, I need a new key. How about previous zone? PZ. What is arrange act assert? It's just a way to group the parts of a unit test up. It's informal, so it basically is, you try to put all the code here that sets up the thing you're going to test, and here you try to do the thing that you're testing, and then assert is checking all the side effects. And if you do it right, then none of this stuff isn't actually doing the thing you're testing. This is all just the thing you're testing, and then this only has expects and asserts to check side effects. Yeah, so it's informal. You don't have to do it that way. Yeah, exactly. It's just a pattern. Yeah, I'm gonna have a null pointer here stand for to remove the key. I just need to test that. Let me add a test for that in executor. Modify component. Yeah, so let's include it in this test. So this was changing bar. Let's have it also, let's have a spam. YOLO. And we'll include spam, but null pointer, and we'll expect spam to be removed. I want to do this first before I forget. This will fail because it'll actually have a null in there, but not for long. Modify component. If it's a delta, so it'll be if delta entry. Let's pull that out first. Delta value. If delta value get type equals JSON type a value type null, then instead of assigning, it's going to be a removal. Remove by key. Delta entry. There we go. So that should make this test pass. It didn't. It actually put it in there. Okay, what did I do wrong? Huh. Let's test it. So breakpoint and then debug. Okay, there we go. So the value is null, so it should go into here. So that should have removed it. It didn't. Is remove broken? It should have erased it. Weird. Oh, wait. It's all capitals. How did it get all capitals? Oh, that's a mistake there. I put it all capitals. Oops. Okay, fixed. Back to the previous place we were at. Let's remove this breakpoint. All right. That interesting. It never got this far. Why would that be? Let me think about this. They didn't look like they were logged in, maybe? That should have triggered the code here in wherever it is, down here. So, I see, because this code is wrong. Yeah, so it won't actually do that because it doesn't find the avatar component anymore. So we need to fix it. Yeah, so it's going to be, I'm worried about this. This code is kind of complicated in that it does this, it checks if a command is applied first, and it's sort of gross. Wonder if there's a better way to do this. What is west of Westeros? Easteros. It wraps around. Did you know that? Which UI framework for React.js do I prefer? React is a UI framework. What do you mean? Do you mean like what libraries on top of React? I just don't put anything on top of it. I just use pure React. So let me show you. I'm using React hooks, and on top of that, it's just JSX. I just use JSX only. Of course, I'm a beginner at this, so it maybe shows here, and that the lack of nice Chrome could be a side effect of not using a UI framework on top of React. So if you have UI frameworks to suggest, I'd definitely look into it at some point. Right now, it's just plain old JSX, which generates stuff like this, which is suitable for me. I do the CSS myself. It helps me learn CSS that way. There's nothing west of React. That might be true. More awful JS language? That could be true too. Okay, the thing is that this is called from multiple points. Actually, I remember why. This could happen if we're replaying the log. I wonder if I can cheat and just say, instead of like checking if command is applied, like there's an easier way. We can just see if the we've caught up in the journal. Then we're not replaying anything. I wonder if I can get away with that. So yeah, we're going to do kind of what this does. We're going to form a command. How often is this function called anyway? In the backend. It's called here. Why is this called? Oh, this is to delete old entities that aren't logged in. Like ghost characters. I don't think I need this code anymore. That's on player logout. Okay, yeah, so there are only two places, there, and this is old code I can remove now. Actually, let me go ahead and do that. This I shouldn't need to do anymore. I think I can just do this. We're making a modify component modeled after this test. And the entity we get from the player. So const auto player equals impl we're already in the impl. So profile dot players get player ID. So that's player dot character entity. The zone is 0. The previous zone is whatever they were in. So I need to get that out. So const auto position equals components get entity component of type position player character entity. And actually I need to do a check. If they have no position at all, so if that's JSON value type invalid, then I don't need to do any of this stuff, so I just return. Given that, then the previous zone will be, let's compute the previous zone. So right, const auto previous zone depends on whether or not the position has a zone in it. If so, it is that zone. So position keep. Otherwise, it's null. Interpret it as a JSON value. And then that's just previous zone there. And then that is repeated. Did I really repeat it? No. Okay. Then this is not needed anymore. That means I can get rid of this destroy entity function entirely. Let's get rid of it. It's gone. And here. This ugly function I can get rid of. I didn't like it much anyway. Oh, with one thing I need to make sure. We should not do this if we haven't caught up on the log yet. Right. So if we haven't caught up in the cluster return, let's do the same thing. I mean, let's put it into the same check here and just say or. Because if we haven't caught up to the cluster, that means we're replaying the log, and so we don't want to be doing these. We don't want to be doing these modifications if we haven't caught up yet. We're replaying old actions. I think that'll work. This is what my tests are for. Let's test. Testy test. No, it failed. That's strange. It should have gone. Oh, maybe I didn't mark it caught up. Is that the problem? Might be. Debug. Yep, it's not marked as caught up. So how do I do that? I have it marked as caught up. I forgot how to do that. Search for that and I'll find out. And when is that called? Oh, it's simulated. Okay, so if I do the caught up command in the test to simulate it. Why is that not showing up? Hold on, I don't understand this. Well, this isn't Raft. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I could have. That should have matched other results because I know I did this. Which test would it have mattered on? Oh, I don't know. I should find it here in common, right? Raft. Ah. Event delegate. Notify server caught up. That's what it is. See, oh, it's caught up event, not caught up. Oh, I see. Anyway, yeah, I do this. I must do this in some tests. Yeah, here we go. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so back in this test, we say we caught up after we mobilize, and that should fix the test. Got further, but something's not matching here. Previous zone is null instead of 42. Did I not put it in zone 42? It looks like I did. Entity is 1. Oh, this is... Okay, the test is wrong. I had to start in zone 42. So this should be 42. But I should make another test. So that's when it's in a zone. So this one is character in a zone, in non-default zone. Move to logged out zone, log out. This one is character in default zone. The default zone has no zone entry in it. So that is blank. Should go to null. Pointer. Run, pass, run, pass. Let's pass all of them, shall we? Actually, this might break. Yeah. So some of these old tests that don't matter anymore. Destroy lead characters on leadership change. Yeah, that test don't need it anymore. Goodbye. Character destroyed on player. Character destroyed on destroy player. That should have worked. I guess I broke that. Oh, right. I changed the code, but never... I changed the test, but never changed the code for that. So that is handled by whom? Actually, I don't think this matters anymore. I don't think the coordinator doesn't do this anymore. This test doesn't matter, as long as the executor does this. Destroy player... Right, I added this code here to check that it's been destroyed, right? Yeah, okay. So that other test isn't needed anymore. Obsolete test, we're going to remove it. Boom. All right. On player login still does this, so I'm hoping that there's a test that fails because this is not supposed to, is not what it should be doing anymore. Because this will end up creating a redundant. This will be creating 2 character entities. Yeah. So it must be an old test. I bet if I just remove this code, it would check that. It would fail the right test, right? Oh no, it's the login should put you in your previous zone. That's the test I'm missing. Commit my changes? I'll commit them when I'm done. I'm in the middle of doing the zone concept, so that has to include all of these. So that's why I haven't committed yet. Artyom Jan, how are you doing? Mr. Sir, indeed. Mr. Sir. Yeah, I am missing a test for moving you back when you log in. So character, this is on logout, so we'll do the on login. I guess I'm making... we'll repurpose this. Character created on login when not already logged in, so that's not true. So character... moved to default zone on login when in default zone previously. And then I'll have to do the one for non-default zone. So this means I have to have the same kind of setup where we have to have the entity exist beforehand. And we'll put them in the previous zone of, actually no, there's no previous zone, right? Default zone. So no zone entity. This will grandfather them in, right? Oh no, they have to be there with a null. Hold on, let me think about this. Oh, the delta is to remove. Okay, hold on. Right, and remove the previous zone, put them in zone 0. So I need to have them start. They have to be in zone 0. Yeah. But no previous zone. So when I do that, it should move. It should remove the zone key entirely. That's what it should do. This is a login. Publish all of that, and then what it should do, not create entity, it should do a modify component, this stuff. All right, so for that entity, the zone should go to a null pointer. Previous zone also remove them. So remove them both essentially. Okay, now the variation for non-default zone. What's the difference between expect and assert? Assert will stop the code if it fails. Expect will continue. So assert, you want to do if this fails, you don't want to continue this because like this is checking a bounds check, right? That journal entries before +2 has to be what size is. Because if it's not, then we try to index it here, it will crash. So rather than crashing the test, we say, well, if this fails, just don't bother continuing. But if one of these fails, you can maybe continue and find out more things that are wrong about the code. It's a matter of personal preference. You can make them all asserts if you want. You should not make them all expects if something like this, where you could crash your tester if something is not good. Like the null pointer check here. That's a good idea. You should check that it's not null before you actually dereference it there. Okay. This is moved to default. So this is moved to non-default zone and login when in non-default zone previously. So that here we need both zone 0 and previous zone of something. Then we move to that zone and we always remove the previous zone key. Sounds good to me. Oh, there's a lot of detail in this, isn't there? And this is not working yet because I haven't implemented it. Time to implement. Need to do some stretching too. So it's gonna end up doing this, so I might as well just copy all this stuff. And then here, rather than creating the entity stuff and all that, or we already have the player. get the position. If there's no position component, there's nothing we can do. Previous zone. So we're going to turn this into zone. If it has a previous zone, then get that. Otherwise, it's null. Correct. So we modify it. The zone will be zone. Previous zone is always null. And that replaces all this gunk. And then I'm going to do the same thing that I did for logout for login, so I don't need to do this is command applied garbage. There we go. So we have to be the leader of the cluster, and we have to be caught up in the log. If so, we find the player's record, find their position. If they don't have a position, then can't do anything. Otherwise, find out what zone they were in. If they were in a previous zone, then put them back in that zone. Otherwise, put them in the default zone of null. And yeah, that'll work. Let's try it out. Didn't work. Okay, so time to debug. Oh, I didn't do the caught up thing, did I? Yeah, I missed that. This call to notify the server has caught up needs to be done. Both of those tests need to do that. Have I tried Rust? Nope. A lot of people ask me that. I haven't tried Rust. Haven't needed to try Rust. Maybe I should have tried Rust at some point, but I didn't know it existed. Now I know it exists, and I would probably try it once I learn what it is. But I'm such an old C++ dev. I've been doing C++ for 20-something years, so I've been using it longer than Rust has existed. You like using it more? I've heard the same thing about D. Supposedly D is a new and improved C++. So what do you know D? And if so, which one do you think's better, D or Rust? Or are they both equally good? That was the whole point of D, was to make a clean version of C++. How come I don't get a test marker for here? There it goes. No idea about D? Maybe it's just not as popular. Go is pretty clean. So that would be the ultimate comparison. Go, D, and Rust. Cool. I am passing my tests. Let me run them all. And then I guess it's ready to try it in a test environment. Well, thanks for the follow, Lenexi. For metaprogramming stuff, D is much better than C++. Okay, but how does that compare to Rust? Does Rust have metaprogramming? Do not know D, nor do you know Rust. You know that Rust is your next language because after dealing with Python and JavaScript, you feel like you need a low-level language in your repertoire. That's fair. Okay, now I'm ready to do the commit, I think. As long as this does not fail any tests. I'm going to pull in the coordinator part of this. So don't do that anymore. Don't need that. And instead of creating the entity, we're just moving them back to the zone they were in before. And there's one thing I need to check though, is that this should happen after we created the entity. And what happens if they weren't in a previous zone? Oh, if there's no position, it ignores it, so it should be fine. Okay, on player logout, instead of destroying the entity, we just move them to the logout zone. So we want that. And that. And this. And that all goes together. And then all the rest of the commits go together. Oh, wait a minute, that goes in the last commit. There we go. Right, and then this is the final thing in the executor. Create, destroy. Really, it's Yeah, create destroy character on player create destroy. There. Now I'm gonna push it. Because you only live once, right? Do you have any pre-commit thingy? No. My pre-commit stuff is just run my unit tests to make sure they still pass. This doesn't trigger any continuous integration yet, so really it's just to make sure I back it up. The next, I do stuff sort of manually. I don't have continuous testing. I have my unit tests. I run them, and then I will try it in my test environment. And if it seems to work there, then I usually just push it to production. And so far so good. All right, so no one's logged into the test environment. Let me actually set that up. Because it is running. I just don't have anyone logged in, which is probably what I want, right? Just finding off screen here my administrator key for the test environment. And yeah, no one's logged in. Let me do a snapshot and look at the game state to make sure it looks clean. Stage. Game snapshot. So the only components here should be the background tiles. Oh, you know what I should do is make sure there's no AV components anymore. Okay, there is. Oh, I forgot to update this stuff. The movement system actually doesn't care about it anymore, does it? Oh, this is wrong. I overlooked that, so changing your name won't work anymore. Because you won't have an avatar component, so it won't change the tile. Okay, I need to fix that. What's this one? Oh, the input system is broken now too. Alright. I have some work to do. Is there a CPP linter? Yeah. The original lint tool, I think, just called lint. It was C and C++. I don't like to use lint tools, though. Cool. Well, I guess we'd already established many streams ago that Rust would be the next language I learn. I should probably put that in a Rust command. Yes, I know about Rust. I don't use it because I don't know it yet. It's next on my list. Languages to learn. Oh, this is wrong. What used this? Couple tests did. Oh, interesting. This is old code too. Huh. The executor does this? Oh, I guess so, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is the test I need to change. Well, really add, hold on, add character. Use there and use, yes. Okay, so both of these tests, so we need to modify this. Yeah. We only want to have a tile. No AV or position. The tile should not get from there, but it should just be arbitrarily set. 1. There we go. And furthermore, we need to go to the players and change the profile because this is the important part. The player ID needs to have the entity stashed in it as character entity. Character. That's important. In these tests, we'll check. These tests will break now, and then I'll fix them by fixing the code. That's how I'll do it. Okay. Thank you for that link. 11 million concurrent users. That sounds familiar. I might have read that before. Thank you for the link. Oh, wow, 3.5 hours? Or where am I on my plan today? I'm doing this part right now. And I guess I'm doing all 3 of these. I might get all my plan done. We'll see. Right, so this should fail now. Both of those tests ought to fail. Yes. So let's fix it. Right, so instead of looking for the AV, we're going to get the player's record. We have the player's record, so we know the player's entity ID. So I will get it. It's actually just reduced down to this. Thanks for the follow, Horizon Yay. So it's player.character entity. If there is one, we've fixed the name and the tile. I haven't obsoleted tile yet. Yeah, let's say that it no longer has anything to do with the profile. Let's do that. Let's do it that way. So really, it's all a front end change, which will be to... No, it won't be a front end change. Hold on, let me think about this. I'll have to add a new command for the front end for you guys to be able to pick your avatar. So we'll do that in a bit. So I'll keep it the way it is right now. So we'll keep that. And this is player character entity for there. Just to make the test pass. Run it. Okay. That was one source of the AV thing, right? Yeah, player input was a different thing. So these are separate check-ins. Let's stage that last test. Okay, so executor. Fix tile updates. Fix player avatar tile updates. Use player's character entity rather than expecting an AV component to exist. That's essentially it. And then player input needs to be fixed. So I'm going to leverage the same thing that I had. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is in the coordinator. Can't leverage the same thing. But I can pull from related tests I did earlier. This stuff. Okay, yeah. If we only care about the I can keep it mostly the way it actually. Okay, what I need from this is the change profile. That's essentially what I need. I need that. Then I don't want an avatar component anymore. I do want an in, and that stays the same. And I do expect all of this to happen. So the same thing. It's the moving of the character entity to the player record instead of being in an avatar component. So this same thing. Stash it in the player profile rather than making an AV component. Okay, thanks for stopping by the Gel Mega. Enjoy the rest of your day. So these will fail, of course. The corresponding code is here somewheres. Here it is. Where was I just at? I was there. Yeah, so player input makes sense that it would affect the the search is all garbled now. Player input make command, right? So yeah, instead of doing all this stuff, we just want to get the player's record. So const auto player equals impl profile players get player ID. If player, well, I think then we just get the input entity, don't we? Yeah, this stuff. It's player dot character entity. And then we should just do a check if there is no input entity. If in get type is JSON value type invalid, then return no command to be made from that. Then we get the move, we change all this stuff. So this is instead of entity, it's player character entity. Otherwise, no change. Rest of the night? Well, you know, the day includes the night. Maybe I should just say have a wonderful rest of your 24-hour interval. Yeah, it's almost 4 hours. Why did I run that? I don't know. Oh, because this scroll bar issue thing again. Yeah. Okay, I'll let them all run while I go to the commit. So no longer relying on the AV component for player movement. So do not fix handling of player input. Actually, I didn't update the movement system though. I need to do that. We'll say fix coordinator handling of player input. Use player's character entity rather than assuming the player has an AV component. Well, expecting that there is an entity with an AV component with a matching player ID. There we go. That's more correctly. And then I'll just continue searching for AV, actually. Yes. So what is this doing here in this act? Character not created on login if character creation already appended. Okay, this is not even correct anymore. I think this test is bogus, so I'm going to delete it. There. Not created on login when already logged in is also something that shouldn't happen in the coordinator. So this is also a bogus test. Yes, this is more correct. Okay. Movement system, yes. So we want to make sure that there is no avatar. Movement system shouldn't care if it's there's an avatar. It should just care that there's an input component. This actually should still work then. That means nothing in the game needs the avatar component anymore. Components test. Cool. Yeah, I didn't expect it to fail anything. This is stripping the last remnants of the avatar component and removing tests that are no longer valid. So let's do that. So remove tests for features no longer in coordinator. Longer coordinator doesn't create or destroy characters anymore. That's now the executor's job. So remove last vestiges of the AV component no longer used. Hey there, Cthulhu. Coming in near the end of my stream, I see. Or maybe you've been lurking the whole time. Actually, I haven't been monitoring the game. How's the game going? Anybody create a new account? No, not in the last hour. We've had some logins, but no new accounts. Okay, so time to test on the front end, I guess. So restarting. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch the server's log very carefully. Here's the server's log. Okay, now I'm going to log into the game. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to do log in and just chickens. Oh, well, I exist. Now let me look at the journal, see what did it do. There's my login. There's creating the tile component, creating the position, creating the input component, and then here I'm moving around. So now when I snapshot it, I have an input component, and then there's a whole bunch of background positions and tiles, and tile sets and all that. But entity 523 is me. So if I look for 523, probably at the end of this list, that's my current position, right? Depth 1. So 523 tile should be has my name on it. That's good. Does not have a... No, it has an ID. Okay, good. Interesting. So it actually showed that tile in the correct tile set. Did I do that? How did I do that in the front end? How did I make that work? Is it that it had a name, so it's therefore an avatar? Maybe. Let me see what I... How did I make that? How did that work? That shouldn't have worked. Middleware stage. Something picked the avatar. Oh, because the tile set was missing. The default tile set is avatars. I was smart. Okay. So if I do this right, if I customize my avatar, that's interesting. Okay, so this is broken. The very first time it was broken because it didn't look at the... Oh, because I haven't obsoleted that field yet. Okay, so that I'm going to ignore that. The trick here now is that if I log out and log in again, I should not reset my position. So let me do a log out first. And let me look at the game state. Did I pin it? I did not pin it. Pin it this time. And the snapshot. Okay, so the journal shows what? There's the log out. There's the ECS to say my previous zone is null, zone 0. And then stats update, a stats roundup. So if I were to snapshot the game state now, my input component still exists. And my position is zone 0, so I should be logged out. My tile still exists. My character entity is stored in my player record. That's good. All right. And I don't show up here on the map. So when I log in again, I want to see myself where I was before. Oh, look at that. It remembered where I was. Hey, Cthulhu. So this is exactly what I accomplished today. I made characters persistent between logout and login. So now when you log out and you log in again, you'll be where you were instead of being reset to the center. And then I added the concept of zones. So it remembered that I was logged. So the zero zone is the logged out zone, sort of like limbo. So you'll never appear in zone 0. It's reserved for players who are logged out. And there's currently now 2 other kinds of zones. There's the default zone, which is what we're seeing here for backwards compatibility. And then if I have a non-zero zone, you'll only appear once I update the rendering system to show what's around you when you're in a different zone. So that was the whole objective today, was to make characters persistent and introduce the zone concept. Okay, so one last thing that I didn't do yet was to include the character in the downloaded data. So that we can see here under download my data. If I open that up, there's nothing here about my character. It doesn't say what zone I was in or where I was. And I wanted to include that somehow. Probably just add a key here. In addition to record and tickets, there'll be character, and they'll have the character data. But first, before that, let me make sure I test everything. Okay, yes, so one test would be, while I'm logged in, take the server offline. So, snapshot it, and then we'll take the server offline. It should come up and not create another character. That's the goal. So server's offline. So it's all red, and here it shows connecting forever. And then when I start it up, I want to make sure it doesn't create a second copy of me. Then this should log in. And I'm going to immediately look at the journal to make sure it didn't create a copy of me. Right, so it didn't do exactly what I expected. It put me into the null zone. Why did it do that? At least it didn't create a new component. So I'm in the null zone and it still works. Why? Because it evaluates to 0? Okay. It shouldn't have done that though. It should have... Oh, wait a minute. No, it does the correct thing. It takes me out of it clears the previous zone and then clears the current zone. Okay, that is the correct thing. So it did the right thing. It did by not creating a copy of me by accident. That's what I wanted to test. So snapshot that, and I should see in the game snapshot there's only one input component. Nice, okay. Phew. All right, so that's good. So I'm on the last step for today. Yeah, well, I got confused. It's not that it put me into the null zone, it cleared the zone from my position. So if I look under 523 now, there's neither a previous zone nor a current zone for the position, which is here. See, there's no Z and no PZ. So I'm back in the default zone, in other words. Yep, coming up on 4 hours. So the last part of today's plan was to include it in the player download data and restore. So ahoy. Hello. Wait a minute, is this not working? Oh, that was a bit of a lag. Or maybe it just didn't scroll right away. Oh, I wanted to test this front end problem too. Oh, and I forgot. I was going to obsolete the tile. Retire the tile in the player's record. Use the tile component instead. Which do I do first? I think I'll do this first. I can do this later. Yeah, okay. So to do this, back up in the tests. This is something the coordinator handles, right? Messaging. So there's some kind of like download, or is it profile? Might be profile. Download player info or something. Player downloading their own data. Okay, here we go. Oops. Player downloading their own datas. So we need to make some datas. Let's go over to the ECS and make some datas. All right. Let's create an entity. And I don't really care what components are. So I'll make a foo, which just has a bar in it. And a baz, which is 42. And what do I expect back out is just another JSON object. For messages 0 character. So the character will be entity, whatever the entity was. And then components, and then another JSON object. And this one will have the foo component, which was bar, and the baz, which was 42. And then, so that's the download, and that should do the restore in a bit too. All right, so this is in a special message called download player data right here. So yeah, let's include it just here, right? Character, JSON object, and it's an entity, and then I have that, right? Player dot character entity, and then components. We'll just initialize it to an empty JSON object, and then we have to go through all of the components in the system. So for const auto components of type in impl components. Do I really want to do get all? That was for testing, wasn't it? Yeah. Testing only. So how do I do it for reals? I guess it is, hold on. There should be another method for declaration. There should be another method to get all of the types. Maybe there isn't. Okay, I can do it manually. I can just list the things I want to, let's say type. I can just list here manually the types. So static const vector of strings, character component types. So right now I'm gonna care about we don't need to we don't need to track the input component, so really the only thing is the position and the tile, right? What did the test expect? Oh, foo. Okay, so I can't use these. They have to be named, so it has to be position and tile. The values don't matter. And I suppose I could throw in here a foo, just to make sure it doesn't get added. So irrelevant entries and also in. I'm not going to store any of that data. So we're looping through that, and then it's going to be const auto component equals impl components, oops, components, get entity component of type, and then player.character entity. If component get type is not equal to JSON value type invalid, that means there is one, then we can store it. So, oh, I never got a reference to it. Auto character components equals response character components. And character components type equals component. There we go. Done and done. Cool, and now restore. And where did I put that? Did I put it here? Restore? I did. Okay, cool. Admin player control, restore. So let's have them restore their position. What's this record? Oh, okay, yeah. So const auto position. Something like this. Some kind of value. And the other one was tile. Okay. Why doesn't it? Oh, because that has additional races. So this will be needed in the message. Character. Entity 42. Components. Nested object. Position, position. Tile, tile. 15 Celsius. 22 Celsius isn't warm. It is pretty warm for where you are, right? Because you were talking about how it's pretty cold normally there. All right, so when we send that, I expect the entity to exist, and we check that. Actually, there are two places I need to do this. So the restore player command has to have character entity, character components, right? So expect equal 42 for command character entity. Expect equal actually, I guess I will just wrap this up. Oh, Mike, I haven't seen your stream in a while, Mike, since I don't know, our schedules have been off. How was your stream today? Welcome, Mike and Principal and your viewers. Check out my game right now. There are some bugs in it, and I've been working on some of those bugs, but I've also been trying to add more and more game content. So right now in the game, you can log into it you can read about more of the details there. But every time you log in, your character's position is reset to the center of this world. And I worked on today making it more persistent. So over here in my test environment, when I log off, I vanish, but when I log back in, I reappear where I was. So it actually, the character is now persistent, and when they vanish by logging off, we don't destroy the character, we move them to a special logged out zone. So that's what I worked on today. Adding the concept of zones and then having your character stay in existence but moved into a special logged out zone. And then when you log in, pop you back into the zone you were in before. And I'm just finishing up that today. Yeah, last week we did a few things like I added this tile set user interface. I added all the backend commands so I can paint the world with different tiles. The tiles are visual only right now, but in the future they'll have their own properties like a collision mask, triggers, and that kind of thing. So if you were to step on a trap, it would blow up or whatever. And worked on that. And I also added the in-game chat and avatar customization. So here you see here Cthulhu looks like a guard, Tropical Banana Man looks like another character with a knife and something. Oh, they just logged out. But logged in again. Yeah, so I changed the landscape once I got the tile set editor working. So, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm just wrapping up my stream right now. I am making it so that when you download your personal datas, that it includes your character's information. Right now, your character's information is really just where you are and what avatar you've picked. So yeah, your stream is good. You've been working on, I saw you were working on your stream game prototype. And how is Thrusty Ship doing? I saw that there was a Thrusty Ship update in Steam, and I haven't yet looked to see what you added, but hopefully it's more goodness. If you don't know Mike and Principles made this game called Thrusty Ship. It's available now on Steam, and there's even a free demo you can try. And he is also a Twitch streamer, so you can check out his stream where he works on both Thrusty Ship and a bunch of the other projects he has going on. He has a lot of industry experience in game dev. He worked at EA and others. And yeah, interesting stream. I like to hang out there when he's streaming. He even bought a car recently and drove it halfway across the continent. All right, I'm gonna fix this test here next. This is when we restore a player from backup. Oh, right, I was gonna take this structure here and just fold it up into here, call it const auto components, because this class doesn't really care what the contents are. I can just keep it simple and just say foo42 or something. Whoops. Yeah, I can just keep it simple, and I can just say components, because in the end it's just components equals command components. So these don't exist yet. I need to add them. And I have a syntax error here. Fixed. Oh, you tore the front driver side ABS connection cables? Is that what the check engine light was for? Or the check, you had a check light on, was it for ABS? Yeah, Mike is trying to fix his car so that he can get his tax money back. Oh, and missing syntax. Check ABS. Well, good luck with that. You need to get your money back from the tax guy, from the government, right? All right. That command called restore player is missing some fields, so I need to add them in the command tests for restore player. Where's restore player? There it is. So restore player is going to have, can I copy from the other test? The components, I think I can. Components, and then command.json has this in it. And then the expect will have much the same thing. Whoops. There we go. And then the encode, similar thing. We'll have the components, and we'll have to say command character entity. I probably should use different numbers for these two, right? Let's make that 16 and that 16. That's 42. Components equals components, and then it should come back out as this thing. And that's it. So won't build yet because I haven't added those fields. Let's add them now. Int character entity. This should be character components, not components. Yeah, let me fix that everywhere. So that also was over here, right there. Yeah. All right. Character entity, and then JSON value character components. Yeah, that's fine. This is the identifier of the player's character entity. This holds all of the player's character's components. All right, so now it should build, but it will not pass the unit test because the commands restore player doesn't do anything with those extra keys yet. Let's first verify a commands test fails now. So we expect should fail down here in restore player create. Invalid JSON for character components, and the encoding doesn't contain the components. Right, all right, good. All right, so yeah, we just add the fields here, I believe. Character entity is just interpret as an integer encoding of this of character entity. And then character components is just encoding character components. And then the flip side here, character JSON object entity is character entity. Components, character components. Now my test here should pass. Hate it when it does that. It like collapses everything. But they're all passing, so we're good. And then back to this other test here. I haven't done this yet. This will fail. And it fails because it doesn't actually restore the character. So that would be in restore player make command. I wonder why I commented out player ID. Probably because it doesn't matter who sent the command. Whoever sent the command, the actual player ID is in their record. Right, so that means that we have to do this way. If actually, we have to interpret it out, don't we? Const auto character entity. Oh no, I don't. It's in the message, isn't it? Oh no, this is making the command. Got it. Okay, so I do have to interpret it. Interpret as int message. Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? Hold on. Okay, this is mirrored in the restore player itself. Right. That's just a coincidence. I was getting confused. It's still character entity. And then this one's his character components. And then actually, hold on. Can I just do this? Restore player arrow? Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Can you not just assign encoded tickets to restore player tickets? They're different types. So encoded tickets is a JSON array, which is a JSON value, and tickets is a vector, I think. So I don't have a vector assignment from JSON object. I guess I could add that. It would require that I add a method that can convert from a JSON value to a vector. I don't have that right now. Well, yeah, a little bit of type mismatch shows up when you have to manually loop through and move elements over. So that might be a refactoring step. If I gave parity between the types of JSON value and this tickets, and like make this a JSON value, then I can just do a simple assignment like what you're saying. That passed now, right? Okay, so let's run all of our tests, and then I'll test it in for real. A true test will be, I back up the character, destroy him, then restore him. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is a code smell that I need to have that loop at all, because I got those types. I did one type, one variable on one day and another variable on the other day, and like one day I felt like vector, and the other day I felt like a JSON array. And should have just picked JSON array for the first one. I wouldn't have had the parity mismatch in types. I think that's going to pass, so I'm going to go ahead and restart the server here. Alright, so now I'm going to back up my character, download my data, and let's show it in the folder, and I'll just double click it. This should have my character in it now. Oh, look at that. So it knows where I was. So one thing I probably won't get to today, but it came up. I was talking to someone offline about it, and I realized that you could cheat if you were to go in here and say, oh, you know what? Hey, I'm going to move one square to the right. Or, yeah, to the right, you know? To the left, right? And then just say, oh, yeah, please restore my character. Here's my records. So one way to prevent that would be to take this entire file and sign it cryptographically. And then on restore, we could just check the signature. So, but I don't have time for that today. I will do that some other time. So right now I'll have to trust you that you didn't hack your character when you want it to be restored. Anyway, so now that we have a record of it, I can go and wipe the character from the admin tool. I can say, go to that character. Oh, wait a minute. The test environment. Go to that character and delete him. That character has been deleted. Now, I can restore. If I drag layer 4 JSON there. And then I can log in again. Interesting that it thinks I'm logged in, though. Wonder if that's going to be a problem. That might be a problem. Let's see what happens. My character might not get created correctly. Well, it got created, but it got put at 0, 0. Interesting. And it reset my tile. And what happens if I log out and log in again? Now it remembered that. So it didn't remember the position correctly. Let me see why. I think I might have an idea about what happened. Game journal. So at what point did I okay, here we go. The player got destroyed here. Remove the mod event. So restore player. Then a login. And then it created the components, so it shouldn't have done that. The entity ID, was it 523 before? Yes. So it didn't create a new entity, my mistake. At least I hope it didn't. I won't know until I hit a snapshot. I'll do that in a second, so. Yeah, so what happened is the login created okay, so this restore player didn't create the components. Oh, because I never had the executor do that. That's why. Yeah, so it got dropped. They got dropped, that's what happened. What's my favorite domestic animal? Well, that's easy. It's my kitty cat. My beast. Cat is the best. Cat is better than dog. Greater than Wowie. There we go. Cat better than dog. Okay, yeah, I missed a step, and that is the executor didn't execute the command. So what's that? That's an interesting emote. That's a cat in front of a laptop. I like that one. I approve of that emote. Okay, so I missed a step. The executor restore player is not working. Okay. I think all I need to do is add it in here. Restore player entity is, I don't know, 8. Restore player entity components is JSON object. And we'll just keep it simple. Foo bar. So what I should get here is expect equal JSON object. Actually, it's just bar, right? Or really, JSON value. Just say bar. If I interpret it as a string, when I ask the components to get me the entity of type foo for, give me the component foo for entity 8. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Ed Rose. You never played WoW, played for the first time last night and up to a whopping 5-level paladin? Well, I hope you like the game. Yeah. I'm glad that you were able to try it out without paying. Because that what would suck is that you pay for it and you play it and you're like, I hate this game. Do I have any thoughts already about how I'll implement monetization? The only thoughts I had so far were that there might be zones in the game that in order to unlock them, you have to pay some one-time unlock fee, you know, or if you want all future content, you could subscribe, something like what they have in Wizard 101. Much better than what I'm used to. Oh, good. Got to be careful about WoW though. You can get pulled into that game. So this test is going to fail, and because it doesn't restore it. So let's work on that. I think that'll be the last work I do today. So this is restore player. Right, so it's just, oh, I didn't know how to restore a command. Well, I don't need it for this. I can just say for... Actually, we need to get the entity. Entity, well, it's character, right? Character equals game command character, and actually I don't need that. I just use that directly for yeah, const auto type in command character components get keys, and then game state dot components create component of type. So it's type, and then that's the entity, and then the component. So that is command character components type. There we go. So restore all of the characters components. Okay, have a good evening, Kankamatics. Sleep well. Okay, cool. So now it works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete the character again. So deleted. And then I'm going to avoid corruption by snapshotting. I'm going to verify that the snapshot is clean. Should not have the input component or the tile anymore. Okay, good. All right, so restart the server and then try restoring. All right. Back up. There's some interesting visual glitches that happen when it's loading the tile sets. I need to be on the correct screen here. There we go. This is maybe a problem. When it restores, it thinks that they're logged in. So they pop into the world when they shouldn't. But the moment they log in, it's going to move them anyway. So I don't think it's a big deal. Okay. And then let's look at the journal. Okay, so here's the restore, the login, and it created the input component, right? Because we don't save the input component, so it makes sense that it would get created, and then we're moving and we're good. And it's the old entity 523. Nice. Okay. So if I snapshot this now, there's my input component, and 523 will find me. There I am in position in the world, and there's my tile. And it remembered the tile ID, so we're good. Okay, good. Excellent. So there's a side effect that when you restore a player, they'll pop in as if they're logged in. How would I solve that? I probably have restore player auto log out, modify the data to log them. Let me just make a note to do that so I don't forget. So I don't really care about the side effect now, but I'll care about that later. Eventually fix this side effect. On restore player, the player appears logged in, even when they're not. So to solve this, I need to restore player with 0 for server ID, client ID. Need to store the position component to as if the player was logged out. Okay, so I'll just keep that as a note for myself. Let me check this code in. So this is including the character in the player's datas and supporting restoration of it. Okay, include character in player data, download, restore. Excellent. Yeah, put them in zone 0, exactly. And then remember what their previous zone was, so that when they log in there, where they left off when they were backed up in the first place. Yep. Okay. Did I want to do anything else today? Oh, I wanted to fix this front-end glitch thing. Let me reproduce that. You can already see it. That it doesn't show the depth 1 tile where I was. It shows it in the wrong place. It shows where I was when I logged in, so that has to do with it being moved, I think. So this is, I'm going beyond the plan. I wanted to get this done though. I might as well do it on stream. That way you guys can see it. Front end work. So this is probably in the Redux middleware for the stage. It has to do with phaser. You look any of, did you look at any of those tiles? Which tiles? Oh, the ones from the artwork set that you sent me before? I looked at it, glanced at it briefly, but it was really late at night and I had to go to bed. And when I woke up in the morning, I went straight to streaming, so I haven't had a chance yet. But thank you for the link. You want me to show that on stream? I put that somewhere in my notes. Hold on, I think I put it in my off-stream notes. There they were. Yeah, so you had pointed me to that. And I should just promote them to on-stream notes and give you a point for that. Yeah, this was an interesting set of tiles I might use that Cthulhu pointed me to. So maybe if I don't feel comfortable making my own tiles, I could use some of these tiles. How do I zoom in and see that bigger? Of course, I gotta get it to fit the resolution. That's like a lot lower res. Is there a... Okay, off here on the side I see collections. I really need a 32 by 32 set. 32 by 32, yeah. I think that's a 16 by 16 set or smaller, right? I mean, I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Lots of different ideas, right? And we can always upsize them and work on them. Yeah, open game art. Sounds good. I'll explore that later. Alright, so this bug that I'm interested in fixing right now, it has to do with when a sprite is moved, I think. Yeah, this thing. I think what's happening is I am not changing the tiles by position. Yeah, I need to act as if we removed it and then added it. So what does remove do? Okay, that's kind of gross, but I'll refactor it later. I want to get its previous position. Old X, Y, old Y. I think that's a syntax, right? To get it assigned locally as that. And then I do something like this. I need to get the position key. Old position. Old X, old Y. And if it has an old position, get it, remove the entity from it. The entity is ID. There we go. Hey, they don't pay money to Wubby. You finished your interview, 4 hours long. Hey, that's about as long as my stream was. How was your interview? Congrats on the interview. Hopefully it went well. So a move is a remove and then add. Not bad. Good. Seems good. And here's the add. I should probably refactor this. So the new position, yeah, so let's see if that fixes the problem. Did that already reload? No, it's just slow. There, I logged in. Okay, and then when I move, okay, cool, I think I fixed it. I should clean up that code though. I won't like make common functions rather than copy pasting code like that. So yeah, normal players no longer see the pop-up. I still have that pop-up for the admin. And mostly that's so I can see, if I see like an entity or a tile that shouldn't be there, I can look at its entity ID and type a command to delete it. Went pretty good until they asked a Ruby question, and you're kind of stumped. Well, you could just tell them. Someone brought that up in someone in Adam's Discord earlier or earlier today. They said even if you don't know something in your interview, you can say, well, I don't know that, but here's where I would go to look it up. And that could be all that the interviewer really wants to know is if you don't know it, what would you do? If you could guess it and you get it right, that's great. But if you don't know, you're taking a risk of demonstrating that you are guessing, and that's not always a good thing. They let you use the docs? Okay. Well, that's good. So that actually makes sense because then they could observe you using the docs and see that you looked it up, you refreshed your memory, you figured it out. So that actually might be what they were looking for. When I was an interviewer, I would try to find things the interviewee wouldn't know so that I could see how they handled it. Do they admit that they don't know it? And if so, I would say, well, how would you find it out? And then they would explain, well, I would look it up in DevDocs or Stack Overflow or whatever. And for me, that was always a good sign if they knew what to do. If instead they lied and said, well, yeah, it's this, and they totally guessed and it was wrong, I'd be like, I don't like the dishonesty, and I don't know if they can look it up. So yeah, better to be honest and show that you know how to find it out, even if you don't know it. Cool. Let me check this in. Cool. Yeah, honesty is a good policy. But good luck. Let us know either here or in Chris's channel. Let us know how it goes, so we can celebrate. So this is a ugly temporary fix. I'll just say fix sprite tracking for moved sprites. Did I say fix, not fixed? Yeah, okay, I did it right. You're interviewing with a massive game dev company once. They asked you how you would solve an omnipresent localization problem. So you didn't know what I would do to liaise with other stocks. That didn't work out for you? Really? They wanted you to guess? Well, that's really strange. They should have said something like, well, if you had to guess, what would it be? And if then you didn't guess, I could understand their frustration. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, who knows? Yeah, who I mean, I guess ironically I use the word guess. If they really wanted to see if you could what's the word? Extrapolate from your knowledge to guess, to make an educated guess, that would be valid. But most of the time I think you'd rather want to know that they not necessarily have the knowledge, but they could find it out if they needed to. Okay, let me review my plan today. Oh, I didn't do this one. Do I want to do that or just save it for later? Maybe I can look into it now. If it's really simple, I can just do it. So the test would be if I go into the player record and I delete that, what errors would I get? Let's see. So player record has this obsolete field called tile in it. What happens if I delete the tile? Actually, I think it's going to break the front end because the front end expects that field to be there. Right, so this avatar won't be there, but we could fix that by fetching it from the ECS. We would have to fetch the tile component of the character and then retrieve the ID from the tile and put it there. So where else? So this is when they ask to change their tile. So instead of storing it, actually no, we do the correct thing already. Wait a minute, why is it picking out of there? Oh, that's not even correct, is it? It should be picking out of command changes tile. Huh. Oh no, this counts on the executor. This is the executor. What am I doing? Oh, it counts on this thing doing this thing. So this is broken. This won't work at all. That's two things. This is easy. I just remove it. And that's the flip side of it. And what is this? This is players. That can just be removed. Oh. Yeah, why do I have a size T? I'll fix that later. Okay, so there's only like a couple things to do, but yeah, actually I can do this. I can do this today. So let's fix it. The fix would be this. Let's make sure the expectation is correct. That's 1 because of what? Because of it being the default, actually. That's fine. Okay, so I didn't actually have a test specifically checking the avatar tile. That's fine. We can still make it work by polling the entity component system for the tile component. So const auto tile equals impl components get component of type tile, not components. Get entity component of type tile, and the entity is player.character entity. And then this is interpreted as an int tile ID. All right, that's one thing. And then this one is it's got to have a special case here. Right. Actually, it's not a special case. We're oh, wait a second. Hold on. It's if, right, this one. If changes has the tile in it, then we have to actually just interpret it. Command changes tile. So int. These are both JSON, right? Yeah, so I don't have to cast it. I can just say tile. So if the changes has a tile, then update the tile identifier. Okay, simple enough. And then, oops, hit build. I wasn't ready. This one's simply a delete. And what is this? Deserialize a player? Yeah, it won't have a tile anymore. And might as well fix this while I'm here. That's an int. You have a formal CS education, or am I self-taught? You can read about it more here. I'm mostly self-taught. I had formal CS education, but I already knew most of the things in the classes were teaching, so it was very boring. I ended up having a lot more challenge in engineering, which is why I picked computer engineering, which is a mix of electrical engineering and computer science. Computer science stuff was ridiculously easy, except for a few things. I didn't know about algorithms or compiler theory, so I actually enjoyed those classes a lot. And they came in really handy too when I wanted to make my own domain-specific language stuff. Like I remembered, oh yeah, you can use Yak and Bison and make a parser generator, and algorithms comes up a lot too because you learn like the elements of sorting and searching and that kind of thing. But yeah, mostly self-taught. I've been programming so long. When I was in school, it was a relatively new thing, this computer science thing. They're far behind in the industry. Well, when I was in school, it was the same thing. I don't know why, but I guess computer science advances quicker than the universities can keep up. All right, so players doesn't need to worry about tile anymore. Fundamentals, that's good. The college I went to didn't have all the fundamentals because there's a lot of things that I didn't learn even in college that I had to learn on the job. Like debugging. There was no class on debugging. I mean, they didn't teach that. I don't know, did they teach proper debugging skills in the colleges right now? I have no idea. So this is an irrelevant test because we don't store the tile in the player record anymore. So goodbye test. And don't expect a tile anymore. Don't expect a tile. There we go. Oh, Adam's here. Oh, thanks for the sub, Adam. How are you doing today? For you, it's Tuesday, right? It always makes me stop and think, since you're behind. No, you're so far east that you're a day ahead. Thank you for your support, Adam. And everyone should check out Adam's channel. I thoroughly enjoy watching his stream because he is an indie game developer making a game in Unity, and he is doing all the art himself. And he basically is also self-taught and is much further along on the art path than I am. And I like to watch his stream because he's a great guy, and I learn a bunch of things just by watching him do animations, do pixel art, and all that stuff. And so, actually, all three Adams I know on Twitch are great Adams. There's Adam Siunis, who I call the Art Adam, and there's Adam13531, who I call the Botland Adam, and then there's a UX Adam, the User Experience Adam, which I think Adam Siunis told me about. I haven't yet found an Adam I didn't like. So let me. I'm just fixing one last thing today, and I'm wrapping up my stream, Adam. So I'm actually over time by about 50 minutes, but I wanted to get this done. Have you seen my game, Adam? We have some people logged into it right now. So we just got some game elements in after I launched the game completely blank last week or the week before. It's been 2 weeks. So I launched the game platform, it was completely blank. Since then, we have added in-game chat. We've added the background tiles, the way you can customize your character's avatar, player movement, and today I was working on making the characters persistent. So if you are logged in like I am here, and then you log out, you vanish, but your character doesn't cease to exist. It's simply oh, and there's a bug. Your character doesn't cease to exist. It will come back as soon as I log in again. I need to fix that bug I just found. So there, I pop back into the world where I was, rather than ceasing to exist. So it's all the little things. Yeah, you would have missed it, so I need to stream longer then. Are you okay being thought of as the art Adam, or the artistic Adam? We have another joke about, so I already gave you a shout out, but the other Adam is the Botland Adam, and he actually has a an emote called Adam Art because he's not really an artist, and he drew that funny smiley face, and now whenever he tries to draw art on his stream, people spam the Adam art emote. So interesting little note there. So if you're okay being called the artistic Adam, because Wildland Adam is not an artist, then I'll keep saying that. Tile is not. No, it is not. So this is... Okay, I have more of these kinds of errors. Let me go through them. Right, tile is now being removed from player records. So don't expect it to be anything. And remove the tile and remove the expectation for the tile, wherever that was. Here it is. Okay. Okay. I think that might be it. Oh, one more I missed. All right. Running my unit tests again. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up. See, unit tests. It's even part of your name, sort of. Unit tests. Hey there, Starless Jupiter. Oh, I got a crash. Okay. Right client. Why did this crash? Oh, that's odd. What would be specific to this test that would make it crash like it did? Stack. Oh, wait a minute. I've gotten this before. I think this is a tooling issue because I don't actually have a Stack Overflow. Yeah, I've seen that occasionally before. I think it's a tooling glitch. Yeah, what I would suggest is start small and make unit tests for things that are very self-contained. So if like you had a new class that you're putting in into your Unity project, and that class was very narrowly focused, you could write tests just for that class. And then I don't know if Unity has it built in, but I know C# in general and Visual Studio, there's a built-in test framework, and that should help automate some of that. But this is only if you're really interested in doing unit tests. It's a bit of a leap to start trying out that philosophy because there's a lot of investment in it. You have to know how to make a test, then you have to be constantly maintaining your test code as well as your tests. And the benefit is always long-term, not short-term. Oh, the avatar didn't get fetched. Okay, yeah, I forgot to do that code. See, this is why I have the test framework. These tests fail because I forgot to write that part of the code now that it changed over where the tile comes from. So when we fetch a profile, it's supposed to get avatar 1, but it won't because why? Oh, because this doesn't even set it up. So the test is not even valid. So I'll put a bookmark there and find where I might have done this before. Yeah, this stuff. So create an entity for the player, and then create the tile component. Is the only one I really care about, right? Come on, you're not gonna help me at all? No suggestions? Oh, because this doesn't include the key names. Now it does. Now we know what the keys are. Key, a tile ID. And if we want it to match, we can just make sure the numbers are the same in those two places. Yes, Adam's here. Oh, and by the way, Adam, you have a nifty little diamond next to your name now. You Mr. VIPU. Now, how come Cthulhu doesn't have one? That's an oversight. I hope I don't run out of VIP slots. But if you chat a little bit more Cthulhu, I'll be able to know if that worked or not. Yeah, you know, if I wanted to raid Adam, I would have to continue streaming for another 4 hours, 4.5 hours. I could do that. Only I wouldn't get the shopping done today. Uh-oh, there's a problem. I think I'm out of VIP slots. This I must fix. I feel compelled to. Hold on a second. That was under loyalty badges? No. Roles. Yeah, I'm out of VIP slots, so let's see what I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm just going to rotate them out, people who haven't been here in forever, so I can assign it. Yeah, our time slots are completely separate, which is why I always get to see your stream, because I am never raiding that late. There, you now have a diamond too, Cthulhu. I am completely out of VIP slots, though. I have to start rotating people through. Okay, did this test get fixed? Yes. So, there are probably other ones I broke, right? In this set? Yes. So who's next? Probably need this code, that's why. Of course, Mr. VIP Cthulhu. Regulars and people who help out should be VIP. I think that's what that's for, right? Fetch profile when not masked, yes. So we want to include the tile so that the tile comes back out here. Yes, exactly. Well, Mike, you help out a lot when I have questions, so it works both ways. If you're a regular and help out in this stream, you get a VIP, and if I'm in your stream and you help me out there, you also get a VIP. All right. I got more tests that are failing. Only one more, I think. And it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, the profile change because it also returns the avatar number, which now is in the tile entity. So that goes there. All right. Hopefully that's the last one. Profile tests. I hope I didn't forget something that I need to do today at this time. I should have double checked my schedule to see if it's okay for me to run over. That's okay, I'm almost done. Well, yeah, people come and go. So I had some people who were in the channel like months ago and helped out then, but I haven't seen them since. So I'll just rotate. I'll rotate things through. I'm looking at the list now, and like, yeah, there are some people who I haven't seen in like 5-6 months. And if they come back, they can get the slot again. Okay, one final end-to-end test, I suppose. Thanks for the follow, Yesapi. So yeah, here's restarting the backend servers. It comes back up. And it should log me back in, and we're Gucci. Is that how you say it? We're good, Gucci? Oh, and I was going to test changing the tiles. Okay, that worked. And refreshing works? Yep, okay, cool. So I didn't break that. Oh yeah, since Adam's here, I should show Adam the art that my brother and I did years ago for a precursor to this project, and that's where I'm getting some of these tiles from. So just because you're a much greater artist and you can enjoy perhaps laughing or musing at someone who is not so good, and we can critique. Where did I put it? Tiles up ping. I made these tiles for a precursor to this game a long time ago. And so this is like the first time I attempted to do pixel art. Actually, some of these I'm not sure if I drew them or my brother did. But, you know, all of the typical tiles you would need in an adventure game. So there's background tiles, there's indoor tiles, there are equipment tiles, and some of those are kind of embarrassing. but that's okay. Like, does that really look like a helmet? I don't know. Some of the character models, and they had 2 frames. And the way I had done this, which I don't think you would ever do this in modern day, is I just had the first half of the field here. From here, this part is like frame 1, and then this over here is frame 2. So the way you can see that is some of these characters like change their arm, like that guy here moves his arm down in that frame, and I probably won't keep this layout for the tile set, but it's at least something. I have at least 2 frames of every tile that I drew way back when. Thanks for the follow, Macho Guru. So yeah, these are the tiles that we drew years and years ago, and I get to reuse some of them, I think. Is a black background to capture a retro feel or temporary setup? That's because when I first drew these, I didn't know what alpha was. So years later, when I'm like, oh, there's a such thing as an alpha channel, I started going through and deleting out the background. But some of these tiles I haven't gotten to yet. So all of these, I never went back and added the alpha channel to. Yep. Anyway, I get to chuckle at how young and stupid I was when I drew those tiles. Actually, here there are 2 layers, so I needed to have a alpha channel to, if I didn't, then it would be black. So what I did for the art that I did last week is I took, let me return to that. I had taken these original tiles here, and some of them had the alpha and some of them didn't, and actually on stream went and I removed the background for the ones that didn't have them removed. So that was that's not in my list. So now they all have the background removed and they have a slight black border around them, which was it Cthulhu? Someone else was taught me how to do that, to quickly remove the background, but leave a 1 pixel black border around it. That's so that if it shows up in a similar colored background, that you still see a background, a border. Yeah, so I erased it all out manually in Sprite. So that's the current tile set, and for avatars, and then I have a similar one for the background tiles. There. Although for that, since it is the background, I didn't bother putting in an alpha because that really is the background. So yeah. So unfortunately, I think I'm out of things to do today and I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to check in this and call it a day. So we removed the tile component from the game. What happens if it is restored? It'll just get ignored, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Retire a tile field of player record. The tile component, or really the ID field of the tile component of the player's character, now takes the place of the old tile field. Okay, so some stuff I was thinking about working on tomorrow. If you're in the game now and you notice you can totally walk across water. Well, that's only a temporary thing. I would like to have 2 things that I work on tomorrow. Prevent walking on water, which would be to give tiles some kind of thing like a collision mask that when the character tries to move onto it, the movement system would say, hey, there's the non-zero collision mask interception, and then just prevent you from moving. And then the second thing I want to work on is instead of having the camera locked, have it as you move, the world around you moves and the camera stays centered on you. And then we can expand the bounds of the world and either I'd have to actually introduce a real wall, or wrap the world, or let you go through walls and travel off into the void. Hey there, Tim. For those who don't know, Tim is another great streamer here on Twitch. He both has his own game engine in C++, and he has his own racing games he's working on, and the name is Trailing Brakes, a physics-accurate racing simulator. Yes, we have a world now. So, I'm ending up the stream right now, Tim, unfortunately. End of the stream. So what I worked on today, which I didn't push to production yet, is when you are when you log out, instead of the characters ceasing to exist, they're actually off in another zone. Oh, I forgot to fix that bug. I'll fix that later. So the avatar disappeared, but it still exists in the game. They're in a special logged out zone, so that when I log back in, we pop them back into the zone and we remember where we were. So we didn't have that before. And so there's the concept of different zones. There are 2 zones now. There's the zone we see and then the special logged out zone. And tomorrow I'll probably be working on, again, showing the world centered on the player and then allow you to travel beyond these bounds and then not allow you to walk on water. Do I do the pixel art? Yeah, so I was just showing that. So these are some of the tile sets that I drew either recently or years ago that my brother and I drew for a precursor to this game idea. And that I extracted from this old tile set that we drew together years ago. So that's art that's going in just for testing. I don't know if I'll keep it, but there have been some suggestions on pulling in free art, accepting donations, or just doing more art. I'm not a very good artist. There are much better artists than I am. This is probably the best you'll expect if I were to draw the art myself. So we'll see about the art going forward. So yeah, unfortunately, folks, I think that's the end of my stream today. I hope you enjoyed, and I will find someone else to raid, and I'm going to go eat. And then later tonight, I'm going to check out Adam's stream. I'll give him another shout out. If you come back for Adam's stream later today for him, tonight for me, then I should be there. We can chat. Yeah, I can't do art either. Another good reason for me to raid someone is I think I'm starting to lose my voice for the day. I've been talking way too much. Who should we raid? I suppose we'll raid Spheris. So Spheris was in chat earlier. Spheris is working on her own game in... I'm seeing an ad now. Working on her own game in Unity. And I'm waiting for the ad to stop so I can see what she's working on. Yeah. Yeah. I'll try, Nui. Okay, see you later, Mike. I'm still waiting for the ad to finish. So let me get this going. Wow, this is a long ad. Okay, we're done with the ad. I'm not sure what she's working on, but she's working on C# right now, probably the code behind her game. I'm hitting the button. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, I should say before I go, my schedule, 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1700 hours, or 5 p.m. UTC. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye.